Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and we are challenging the two-party system on a nightly basis. And we're featuring now the big-time cover-up, which is obvious every time you look at the face of Jeffrey Epstein. You clearly see that it is not him. Looking at the nose, it's not the same nose. The ears are different, too. And the coroner said he died. Well, why does he have, whoever this person is that's dead, at the far portion of the screen right here, that person has a bruise on his cheek. Looks like he was beaten up, too. It could have been a bag person who looked kind of like him. They probably did facial recognition on anybody in the streets of New York that day and then just hauled him in. I wouldn't doubt it. But it's pretty obvious that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, and the government is hiding that fact. Now, why are they hiding that fact? Well, Acosta said it himself. He openly admitted, former Labor Secretary Acosta openly admitted that he was told by intelligence that to back off and only give him a 13-month sentence because Jeffrey Epstein is part of the intelligence community. Now, just think about that for a while. We know that he's had sexual relations with numerous teenage girls, and he used them and sold them into prostitution, and took videotapes of all those events, child pornography. And yet he's part of the intelligence community. What does that mean to you? It means to me that Jeffrey Epstein is part of a secret group within the government that uses things against our governor, our senators, our congressmen. They get them in compromising positions, break down their defenses, and then use it as weight to control them in any major decision that comes along. That's what I think is happening. Yeah, and there's obviously some connection between Jeffrey's roots with the Chabad Leibovich, which happens to be the same Chabad Leibovich that got the Russian oligarchs to fund Donald Trump's campaign, that nobody's investigating in the Democratic Party. The same Chabad Leibovich working with the Mossad. Then you've got the group Black Mirror, which does investigations on people for people like Harvey Weinstein, the famous producer who allegedly raped 50 women. I mean, all of this, it all comes together. The CIA is involved too. So what do we do as a nation to stop this? Are we just going to sit here and watch these people control our country from within the two-party system? Or are we going to start thinking out of the box and building this third party so that we can begin the vetting process and solve these problems and get to the bottom of what they're up to? So if our country's leaders are being co-opted by moneyed interests or blackmail, we don't have a country of representatives. We have a country of people who are blackmailed. That's not a nation that our ancestors even created. They didn't expect this moneyed buy-offs that are going on by lobbyists and then blackmail and God knows what else. So all of this has corrupted our nation, and we're stuck with these idiots like Trump who don't know a damn thing about what they're doing. Now, we've got people in the Jewish community upset. Jewish Democratic Congresswoman and veteran blast Trump's disloyalty. Many people who are Jewish people are very upset that Trump is turning on them and forcing them to somehow draw allegiance to the Republican Party. Now, Jewish people have a choice between voting for Joe Biden, who's also a Zionist, or voting for Donald Trump, who's also a Zionist. But the problem the Jewish community is experiencing is Donald Trump is doing exactly what Adolf Hitler did and telling them who to vote for. That is very upsetting to the people who are good Jewish people who are wondering what the heck is going on with this guy. What they don't understand is the Jewish people have had their entire race hijacked by a group of people called Ashkenazis. That's right. Ashkenazis. No, the human ear is not identical. Oh, you're right. Our ears are identical on both sides. That's correct. Where is the White House press secretary? In a reversal, Trump says he no longer is considering tax cuts. Okay. Trump's all over the place. He doesn't know what he's doing, so he's going to make decisions left and right. We're going to see him flip-flop all the time. But where is the White House press secretary? Oh, why, right. Wasn't someone doing that job? Well, Sarah Huckabee Sanders quit, as you know. Nobody's in the mood to talk for Trump now. On Monday, White House officials denied reports that Trump was considering cutting payroll taxes to stimulate the economy. On Tuesday, Trump told reporters at the White House that he was, in fact, considering cutting payrolls. On Wednesday, Trump told reporters at the White House that he's not considering cutting payroll taxes. It's not only a point of confusion, nobody's speaking for the president. Sanders has since left and were replaced by Stephanie Grisham, the former press secretary to the First Lady. Grisham says she doesn't need to hold briefings because the president is so accessible to reporters himself. Isn't it ironic that I myself said that I didn't need a press secretary in the future? Remember when I said that? Trump saying he doesn't need a press secretary. Exactly what I said. Isn't that interesting? See, I'm sure he watches our show. It's almost obvious from his decisions. This is serious. Trump has made a quote about the Antichrist.
Breaking news, President Trump goes off on an extraordinary rant, at times taking on a messianic tone. After retweeting a notorious conspiracy theorist who suggested that he's loved like the second coming of God, the president declared to reporters that he's, quote, the chosen one to take on China over its trade practices. He once again attacked Jewish Democrats and repeatedly slammed the media, along with former President Obama. And using one of his choice insults for women, the president called Denmark's prime minister nasty for calling his interest in buying Greenland absurd. The president zigzagged on guns and background checks. He flip-flopped on the economy, saying he's not looking at a tax cut a day after suggesting he was.
Okay, we've seen enough of this disastrous presidency. All we can do is sit back and watch because the Democrats can't get their butt in gear to impeach Nancy Pelosi, who is absolutely a joke. Nancy Pelosi can't even utter or iterate any sensible statement without stuttering and babbling. Yeah. And she's the one who said that they don't want to investigate anymore and they're deciding not to pursue impeachment. You Democrats must feel like you had your balls extracted, castrated. Because Nancy Pelosi obviously took them. Yeah, unless you can in any way get her expunged as Speaker of the House, you Democrats are going to lose this next election. You're dealing with a man like Trump who sees himself as a messiah, a chosen one, and many of his people are now saying he's anointed by God to be here. And you Democrats can't even impeach this guy over obvious felonies. It's unbelievable that we have such an inert, impotent political system. It's, well, having censored me for 11 years, no wonder it's impotent. I'm the only one who speaks out. I'm the only one who makes any sense. Epstein is seen grabbing Miley Cyrus's butt. Let's take a look at this. This is information we need to look at. The theory that Miley Cyrus is some sort of an Illuminati sex puppet is becoming more and more obvious. Look at this. Epstein with his hand on her butt. Wow. Tell me that isn't like a statement of, yeah, we own her. Yeah, thank you for that link. Shocking. I'm in utter shock. Not that Miley is being touched on the butt, but the fact that she doesn't seem to mind. Yeah, so it looks like she traded her sexuality and her freedom for a little success and fame. Now, being she's a Satanist, I'm not here to judge her, because I believe in religious freedom, but I do believe that being a Satanist is a big mistake. I'm not into that, no. Wait a minute. What is this obsession with sex? Is it? It seems like none of you get it. Am I right? You don't have to answer that. Sorry. It seems logical that Epstein's been involved in all of this because he's a kingpin with the Mossad and the CIA. And according to former Labor Secretary Acosta, he was part of the intelligence community. So he had to stand back. So Epstein got off scot-free and is probably free and right now molesting children. And you can't do a thing about it. It kind of makes you feel helpless, doesn't it? When you see all this happening. You know, Epstein had so much power when he was in prison that he actually spent time alone with a young woman in his prison attorney's room. Yeah, this is a real story from Forbes. Check it out. Yeah, look at that. So the day after he was taken off suicide watch, disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein spent at least 2 hours locked up alone with a young woman in a private room reserved for inmates and their attorneys. The optics were startling because she was young and pretty. Now, we don't have a picture of the young woman because nobody at Metropolitan Correction Center actually have cameras. Which is absurd. I'm sure somebody's got to sneak a picture out sometime. Who was that young woman that was with Epstein? Was it Miley Cyrus? No, he didn't die, man. Epstein's still alive. It's obvious. Anybody who thinks he's dead is probably as corrupt as the coroner at the NYPD. All you have to do is look at his face and you can clearly see that's not his nose. And no, the nose doesn't change when a person dies. Different eyes, too. Don't screw with my freedom, man. David, don't you see yourself as the country's messiah? No, I've never. I just said the country needs me. Yeah, ain't the world, yeah. I have the solutions, being my IQ is way above yours. I have the solutions to solve the world's problems, so why not tell people I have solutions for the world? I'm not the messiah. And I would never pretend to be the messiah like Trump is doing. That's a sign of the Antichrist. I'm nothing like Trump, no. No, I think Miley's working her way through the reality check that she is getting her freedom screwed with. My positiveness, I just showed it to you. I just showed you a video made by Miley Cyrus that says, she said, don't F with her freedom. Yeah, you saw it in the pre-show. I was trying to reveal that to you, but you didn't want to look at all the data, the specifics. I can't play any videos during the show. We record this, and if I played them, I would be monetized immediately by whoever, Miley Cyrus's attorneys. I don't know. Anyway, the bottom line is that guy was not Jeffrey Epstein. Let's just face the fact that our country is being controlled by a group of cabal, CIA, Mossad Zionists who want to just control our future. And we, Goyim, we don't have anybody to vote for except for me. I'll be running for president in 2020. I still am. And I'm the only Goyim you'll be able to vote for who's not a Zionist. So Beto O'Rourke seems like he's not a Zionist. But he's not really attacking the New World Order. He's attacking Israel. Now, being I'm not a Zionist doesn't mean I hate Israel. Zionism today is now pro-New World Order, global world governance. That's where I step off. Now, I support the idea that Israel exists and they have a strong place in the world and they're our ally. So I'm sympathetic to Israel in some ways, but I'm also objective in realizing that they've been abusing Palestinians, something fierce. I mean, there were 68 deaths last year in a shooting by the Jewish military, killing these 68 boys that were simply throwing rocks. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's not fair. They named her Miley because her mom can't use the S word. I am the best man for the job. No, I'm not at all. In fact, I've been doing the same thing over and over again and reaching millions and millions of people around the world. And in doing so, we keep the message alive. And you notice how interactive the show is. People want to see Jeffrey Epstein, I bring Jeffrey Epstein. People want to see Larry Sinclair, I bring you Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, well, he passed a lie detector test with a 99% certainty. And we were lied to when Barack Obama was president. And many of you people who denied that Obama was born in Kenya, you Democrats, hardcore Democrats, you didn't look at the evidence. Obama faked the second long-form birth certificate. It's been proven by experts to be a copy of a copy, which was photoshopped. So Obama lied to us. He's part of the same New World Order cabal and Zionist cabal that runs the two-party system. They pay off both the Democrats and Republicans. This isn't rocket science, folks. It's because you don't make donations, we don't go anywhere, and we can't even buy time in the media. But the people with lots of money, these Ashkenazis, they have all the money in the world to throw out at Democrat-Republican parties, so they continue to dominate while we don't. And unfortunately, money seems to be dominating politics in America up to this point. I'm making some inroads in this area. Through word of mouth, we're penetrating this network or cabal of Zionist pigs that want to control the future of mankind, and we're slowly eroding their power. And they're afraid because they haven't been able to stop me with throwing money at Mark, millions and millions of dollars Mark has gotten, and done censorship and keeps people out of the show to this day with capacity server screens. Anyway, when is it when I search for Amazon Fire, I only get results for Amazon's tablet named Amazon Fire? Well, because Amazon Fire is a tablet made in Amazon, made in the Amazon in the Fire. And it happens that the center of the production of the Amazon Fire is in the middle of the Fire in the Amazon. That's one theory. Never got a single penny from money you've donated to Bitcoin. If I got it, it's I'm not receiving Bitcoin messages from my Bitcoin provider. David, check out this giant avocado. I heard they're pretty big. There's one in California, the San Juan Capistrano, no, San Juan Santa Barbara, or San Juan, yeah, somewhere near there. I hear there's an avocado tree that'll, oh wow, look at that. That's a big avocado. Wow. She loves her avocado. That's impressive. Somebody told me they have big avocados down there at the Mission in Santa Barbara. I'll have to check that out. I'm a big avocado fan. We need more water. We talked about that and how there's a lot of shortages of water down in South America and in Mexico because of the avocado production and the tremendous demand for avocados here in America. You found me a map. Wow. We have a map of the Amazon wildfires going on. Thank you. And it turns out it's not related to the Amazon Fire tablet. Look at that. Wow. It's amazing. What a terrific sign of man's destruction of this planet. How is it possible that all these fires could have possibly started? Who would have set all these fires? Who's trying to burn down the Amazon? The only way that these fires could have been set, the only way, excuse me, the only way they could have been set is with radio frequencies, triangulation. I believe all of these fires are a result of radio frequency stimulation. Yeah, directed energy weapons started these fires. There's no other explanation for this. There's no way all these fires could have started simultaneously. It's impossible. Someone would have to walk around the entire continent of South America with matches. It's like, come on. They're using directed energy weapons. It's pretty obvious. Thanks for that wake-up call, Misanthropy. It's over. Antique says it's over. Man's time on Earth is over. They are literally killing the last vestiges of rainforest. These elitists decided to just set them on fire, and they just set directed energy weapons. They're killing all these beautiful rare species. We are dealing with the worst evil on Earth that controls our government. I mean, I'm serious. When I talk about the Zionist elitists, I'm talking about people who are Satanists, who worship dark forces. That's the reason why they're burning the Amazon, because they can. And they want to destroy the earth and somehow reset it so that they can occupy it after 90% of the population is dead and gone. That's their big plan. I hate to break it to you. We have proof that our society has digressed to such a low level that you can now buy chicken diapers on Amazon. Yeah. They're destroying the entire Amazon rainforest, and you can buy chicken diapers on Amazon. We have reached the final crescendo, but the fat lady isn't singing yet, so. Yeah, we haven't heard her sing yet. Or maybe we have. Adele is a little overweight, isn't she? I'm not saying she's overweight. No, she's a beautiful woman. Adele is not a fat lady. She's a large woman. They can't stop me, no. The reason why they can't stop me is because I am a source of entertainment. Exactly. You answer your own question. Yeah, they will never be able to stop a person of my caliber and decency. An honest man is the most dangerous person in a corrupt society, but they'll never be able to stop somebody with my honesty and decency because I've already spread the message. Many of you have already heard the truth. Really? There's a Best Buy story that they're covering up. This is weird. Let's take a look at this story. Thank you. A woman dies after being attacked and burned by the delivery driver. Okay. A Boca Raton woman died Tuesday after being attacked by delivery man inside her home Monday morning. Evelyn Udell was just a few days shy of her 76th birthday.
Evelyn Udell's family gave us these photos. Photos of a woman with her husband. Photos of her surrounded by her family. Udell was just a few days away from her 76th birthday when she was killed in her Boca Raton home Monday morning.
It's just unbelievable, horrifying.
I thought it was something much simpler. I couldn't imagine that the details would come out the way they did.
Police say Udell was killed by this man, Jorge Lachazo. Lachazo was a delivery man, a contractor dropping off a washer and dryer the Udells had bought at Best Buy. Police say Lachazo was supposed to be showing Udell how the appliances worked, but instead he grabbed a mallet and hit her over the head before setting her on fire. A neighbor's security camera recorded the delivery van quickly driving away.
And I came home at 11 o'clock and saw all the police on the street and everything, and when I found out what happened, I just couldn't believe it. You know, that a delivery person would do something like this.
Mental health problems seem to be worse. People can't trust something as simple as a normal delivery.
Udell was retired. She had spent 15 years working in the library at Florida Atlantic University. FAU released a statement saying Evelyn will be remembered as a kind, caring, and hardworking member of the staff. The university is devastated to hear about Evelyn's passing.
Yeah, and this is not a big normal story. I mean, you heard this on a Splinter show here on the blog. I mean, didn't hit the mainstream media. I haven't heard about it. Thank you for telling me about it. It's a local story. You don't trust anybody who walks in your door now. If you're getting a delivery, I want you to stand there with your husband, and I want him to hold his hands on a baseball bat. Yeah, you can't trust anybody anymore. I don't want you to hurt anybody, but just keep your hands close to a baseball bat. It is legal to have a baseball bat in the United States. Or get a pit bull, yeah. I'm not here to, encourage people to shoot each other, okay? David, that shirt hides your goozle well. What goozle? What is a goozle? I don't have a goozle. I know. This website is insane. Half of Southern Africa is on fire. Let's take a look at that. This just gets worse and worse here on the show. The fires are relentless, and apparently these people are burning down our rare, very endangered species. They're killing them all off. The thing is, the elitists want the death to humanity to happen faster, not slower. They want the rainforest to be destroyed so it gets rid of our oxygen. Okay, skip tour. Let's take a look. We're looking at photographs of fires around the world. Let's take a look. Africa. Zooming in. I don't see any fires going on there. Active fire maps. I don't see any fires happening Where are you getting your information? Because this doesn't have any fires on at all. Yeah, it's not showing me any data at all. Well, maybe oh, it popped up. Look at like a blazer. Look at this, folks. Look at all the fires in the Amazon rainforest. And then take a look at Africa. Let's take a look at that. Oh my, you got to be kidding me. This has got to be some sort of a fake site, man. I mean, we would hear it if the fires were this serious. I mean, come on. If the fires are this bad, we would be hearing about it. Wow, unless of course they're covering it up, and it's a big time cover up. Wow. That's crazy. Africa is burning up, South America is burning up, or has that website got an incorrect fire assessment? Could you get a second opinion on that? I'm just trying to figure out if that website's corrupted, because if this was happening as bad as it is, you would see smoke everywhere right now, all around the world. I would guess directed energy weapons if it's true, yeah. Not everything's a cover-up. No, I'm just trying to get a second piece of evidence to back this up. If you could find another website other than the fire map, I mean, I'm kind of shocked. It's almost like somebody hacked their site. I'm not going to take everything on face value. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. God. It's not like I believe in aliens or a flat earth or reptilians. I mean, come on, people. But if there are fires going on and we're not hearing about it, I want to get verification. No, there are people that don't know how to swim, and in many cultures, it doesn't matter where you're from. So we have pretty much proof that Ghislaine Maxwell, or Ghislaine, as she said, has somehow faked a photographic position here. She's not the person in this photograph. That's a fake photograph. A couple people have convinced the entire world that the line on her back is a paste up. Things in the natural world don't occur in perfection like we're seeing with this. Take a look at the line on her back and you tell me what this is. I'll blow it up for you. There's some sort of a fleece on there. See that? No, it's actually not fleece. It's called anti-aliasing. This is the remnants of a Photoshop a blur tool, actually. And that's called anti-aliasing. And the unnatural straightness of the line indicates that this is a fake picture. So Ghislaine Maxwell is still in hiding in Massachusetts at some secret estate. And you know what's really weird is the government is not investigating her. Even though she's in a civil claim with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, she is not being investigated. Which adds to my theory that Epstein's still alive and that they covered up his death. And these people are intelligence operators for the CIA. Let's just go ahead with that concept, because that's basically what's happening. Okay, let's take a second look at potential fires around the world. And wow, we got a second verification of a potential fire. Or is this just hot weather? Because look at this, shows fires throughout the Canadian region too.
What about that InstaWeb? What's that showing? Because usually that shows even like...
Well, this one doesn't show the fires in South America, so that's a second opinion. It doesn't show the fires per se. It shows hot weather. Yeah, you're mixing fires with hot weather. This site is showing hot weather, not fires. Even though they're supposed to be showing fires, they're showing hot weather. People are freaking out because look at all the fires it's showing. This fire site, the NASA.gov has. It's showing fires throughout all of Africa, Central Africa, and all of, I mean, it's unbelievable how many fires are. I think it's hot weather.
Well, especially though in this time of year where it's supposed to be cooler down there.
Yeah, exactly. This time of year it's supposed to be cooler. So we have double checked the fire status, and we're pretty convinced that there's not a lot of fires per se in the way that we think they're happening. And we're getting global forest watch fires. Let's take a look at that from Meow TV. Sarah's here, and we'll get to the big time cover up later. Source data showing fires. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. Well, wait a second. Now we have another website that's showing fires all over the world. So what's happening? Are these websites getting completely hacked or something?
Or they're actually happening.
No. Yeah, so all of America's on fire according to this
Well,
website.
as they mentioned 2015.
So as you go back on the thing, and yeah, the active fires.
Just go to past 24 hours.
Okay. This
Click
is
on
over a
that
period
link.
of time. Where? Right here.
Here.
Okay, yeah.
Past 24 hours.
This is the link. Past 24 hours. Yeah, we're on that link right now. So according to this, there's massive fires throughout all of South America and Africa as well. Global Forest Fire Watch is happening. Wow. So I'm a little shocked. I'm a little concerned too. Are they burning up the entire world while we sit here and watch? Okay, I'll take a break. Sarah's made a wonderful dinner. I'm gonna go have some. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. How are you? I got this cool sweater on my travels, but then I realized like I'm wearing a shirt underneath it. I need to get a shirt that has a long V-neck like this does. I used to be saved, but now I'm not. No, I do not know who Driving and Crying is. No, today I made David, usually David makes me dinner, but with family visiting, I decided to make dinner. So but David will make dinner tomorrow, I'm sure. I made, Alaskan pollock burgers, and I made my own tartar sauce. And also David will never relent. Yeah. And then I made some carrots and peas to go with it, and I served it with some potato chips. Maybe. Oh, yeah, we did that yesterday, so sorry. Well, did I tell you I cooked all those things separately and then I put it in a blender to make mash like David's taught me? Just kidding. Yeah, I was just thinking of Hi Big Outlaw. I was just thinking about my first lesson for my students and what really I was gonna do. I'm gonna read, or I'm actually gonna play on YouTube from Read Alouds for Kids, for children. It's called First Day Jitters. And it's that's a really cute book by Julie something. Anyway, I'm gonna have, my first thing is like how to line up in number order, because I always put the kids, I have a lot of things I'm thinking about, like as far as logistics go. Like we line up in number order, and then but I changed the first person becomes the last person the next day, so that everybody gets a chance to be the line leader eventually. Each day is a different line leader, but it's still a number order. They just shift one forward. David usually is the one that eats off a plate. I'm the one that usually likes to eat over sink. But I ate off a plate today. That's pretty funny, Jack. If I taught older kids, I teach pretty young kids. And then I was thinking about doing something they can do independently. So I was going to do a handwriting lesson, depending on if I get my handwriting books in time. So maybe a handwriting lesson, and then I still haven't made copies. And this is where I'm kind of like, do I do it? Do I not? I'm in a green school, so I have this thing of, should I make copies of kind of like this busy work packet where they come in every day and start with this packet. They do one page in the packet every day. Or do I just have them come in and read a book of their choice? Because if I do the packet, obviously that's more paper. But it would teach them skills. So anyway, I'm thinking I'll have them do that. But after we come in and I teach them about like where they sit, talk to them a little bit about myself, then yeah, anyway. I know you don't want to hear it, just like David doesn't want to hear it, so sorry I'm talking about that. I don't talk about anything besides that though. Haha, Ash, no. David does not come to my school. That, yeah, doesn't happen. How does it feel to be on your own with no direction home, like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone? You think my first session should be those questions? That's pretty funny. I think I'm gonna read to them a couple books. Like I'm gonna do Diary of a Worm. No, I have never used. He's not allowed, but he's not a teacher. Preparation. But yeah, I'll be breaking the ice. So after we do the first day jitters book, it's called, and I'll ask them like, how did you feel on the first day? And you can share, my name is so-and-so and I felt. And at the very least, they have to say my name is if they don't want to tell me how they felt. That's a good idea. Teach the children finances so they don't go into debt. I do teach them about debt in 2nd grade. Well, I teach them that negative numbers exist. And because if negative numbers did not exist, there would be no debt. It's Diary of a Worm, like the September 1st, September 2nd, September 3rd diary. Yeah, that's why I don't invite him to the class. No, David's never done that. He's never been to met my students, really. Except unless I run into him at the grocery store. What's better, 1 or 5? If we play as 1, then 5 playing as individuals will never win. Yeah, that's true. Like that, I was watching Game of Thrones. What's better, 1 or 5? 5 or 1? 1 together. Dear Worm Diary, today I ate some dirt. Yes, that's exactly basically what Diary of a Worm is. Like, my teacher gave me homework, and then I ate my homework, so my teacher had me write out all these things. I will not eat my homework, I will not eat my homework, I will not eat my... And then I ate it. And then, oh, Dad read the newspaper, and then he ate it. Oh, then it's like, it's fishing season. Dig deeper. It rained today, so I went out on the sidewalks. I love scaring kids. That's because the worms come out on the sidewalks. It rained today, I went out on the sidewalk. That's what the Diary of a Worm is. It's like, anyway. That's okay, Misanthropy. I'm on. That's what's going on right now. Not really, Howie. No. I had good experiences with police officers. I mean, it was definitely scary to be swatted, but I'm happy that they kept their cool, I kept my cool. It's all cool, man. Well, David definitely had to do the show on vacation, but you know, on vacation, he only did the show, what was it, once every, or Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific. And when we got back, he went right back up to 5 to 10. That's really horrible, Daryl. No, he didn't love the experience. Nobody would love that experience preparation. Well, does that answer your question, New York EMT? The sigh. Okay. 8:21. All right, there we go. And now let's go view broadcast. All right. Well, I think, you know, it could go somewhere. I suppose the show, it could go somewhere. I do ask kids to challenge themselves to be better than 70 and pass, be better. Like, so if they take a test, they can retake it to get over. If they get less than 70, I encourage them to take the test again. Well, on the tests I give in class, obviously not the other tests. I don't know about that, Cool Rock Rocks. Yeah, I think you're right, Misanthropy, and I think it is about endurance. Relationships are about endurance, and it is good to let people do their own things. All right. Obsessed with the show? I don't know. He's dedicated to the show. I will say that. He was very dedicated. Yeah, back at it. 5 to 10. And then, of course, it's not like the 10 becomes later. Like last night, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll watch a movie with David, but I was listening to I got kind of hooked into like playing a game on my phone and listening to a book on tape. And then by the time, and I was like, oh, I really want to take a nap, and then I'll wake up and watch a show with David. But since I didn't set the alarm, and so I just went to bed at like 9:15, and then I slept till like 1 o'clock. Yeah. Why do you think so, Puff the Dragon? Are you on Cool Rock? I could get my A plus certs if I took the time I spent here and used it to study. That's true. I could do a lot of other things. Maybe it's like that movie, but I don't see David as having a big gut. I'm glad you fixed the CSS yourself because you don't like the site. Yeah, you could be right. No, David does not do much yoga. I think he used to. Do I have a favorite film? Yeah. I like Lake House, I think. Well, there's lots of other shows I like the trilogy. What was it that I was watching with David? The movie with Keanu Reeves. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Yeah, now they have another level of A+ certification, but I think I'm thinking of watching this one video I found on YouTube that's a couple hours long for studying for the A+ certification. And then, yes, Matrix. Oh, The Matrix. Thank you, another brother. David and I both like The Matrix a lot. I like
Good memory, Sam guy. Yeah, that's for sure.
period pieces sometimes. Oh, actually, I really loved The Family Man. That's one of my favorites. I like the documentary about Mr. Rogers. Matrix 4 is coming out. That's very cool. I don't know. We haven't been to the theater in a long time. But I could see I could see going to it for Matrix 4. I think the last one we went was Matrix 3. But kind of on the way David was talking about, like, the world ending. It was kind of eerie. I know I do have to watch Somewhere in Time. David was telling me I would really like that. Was it over 20 years ago, the first Matrix movie? I was thinking of... I thought Dave and I watched it together, but... Because we've been together 20 years. Yeah, I heard some of Top Gun 2 was filmed right here on our island. Cool. Neo and Trinity are back in Matrix 4. That's cool. I see what you mean about his beard. I'll be good. I don't know all of David's things, and I don't really know. Matrix, March 31st, 1999. Oh. Then that was before I met David. Mad Dog has a birthday on Friday, August 23rd. Wait, no. Yes, August 23rd. Happy early birthday, Mad Dog. Plus 10 years. You'll be the same age as me, plus 10 years. Yes, Mad Dog is on Vaughn. You can watch both chats on coolrock.com. Yes, happiness. Another brother says, only happiness to you, Mad Dog. Good night. Sleep well. Spend more time studying, less time online. I do have a Google Play account, I guess. I mean, I download apps, but I don't have a Spotify account. Yeah, well, I like the way David's laid out Cool Rock so I can focus on both the chat rooms. They're right next to each other, side by side. I thought Mad Dog was studying for the A+ certification, but maybe he already has that. I don't know. Bell bottoms are a life-saving device. How so, Hawk Slammer? Goodbye, Odin the Cats. Good night. Oh, Google Play, the music app, like Google Music. No, I don't have that. But I do have Sirius XM satellite radio. I subscribe to that. Would it be better to subscribe to Google Play, I wonder? The music app. Shutting Dave down. I don't believe you. I love fries. I totally don't believe you. I just turned on Periscope. I did. DJ MKUT is in there. Deezer's free. And Google Play is $10 a month. That's pretty interesting. Huh. Okay, thanks, Mr. Oak Harbor. Oh. That's cool. It's the karaoke school, another brother. You downloaded from them and they didn't care? You downloaded copyrighted music. That's not cool. You too. Another brother. How are you, Ashley? I'm getting a little nervous. Going back to school pretty soon. As a teacher, that is. No, I don't ever watch her. Gag me with a spoon. Good. I'm glad to hear you're good, Ashley. And I don't mean to say all the other things about... I'm chatting with your channel over at Periscope, and I'm also chatting with Fawn Live and iVlog. Well, in our area, school... I know in most places in the country, school has started, but in our area, school doesn't start until after Labor Day. And but I have to go in for some training before Labor Day. Okay, preparation. David is eating dinner, I think, because I made dinner tonight. Oh, your school started yesterday? Oh, sorry to be a teacher, but I'll teach you the difference between our and our, because you have our school, A-R-E, which is like their R, whereas our school belonging to us, the school that belongs to us, is O-U-R, and the way to remember it is you and I, Y-O-U spells you, and O-U-R is our, belonging to us. Not our, H-O-U-R. I'll just remember it for my own purposes, I love. Most other teachers probably already know that. Oh, yes, we're not allowed to do that, another brother. Tomorrow's your great nephew's and great niece's first day of school. And today was your other great niece. Very cool. I met my great nephew and great niece this summer. It had been a while since we were so far apart, but I went on a trip across country, so I got to see them, which was pretty cool. Hello, Jay Donahue, and hello, Kenny. She's a big kindergartner. Yeah, that's when it starts. Oh, okay, so Cliff, you're the same as us. That's the day it starts here. Wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Thursday. Well, that's who they model. They model what they watch. Are you teaching English over in Asia, another brother does. That's very good. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. I've heard of that meta-nemesis. At least they've got someone to teach them, another brother. Summer did go by pretty fast. I had an excellent summer, though. One of the things I love about being a teacher is being able to have a summer. And I do know, so many people only get 2-week vacations for the whole year. But yeah, I had a really good summer. I went on a long trip. David drove. Well, I drove a little bit too, but we drove across the country. That was fantastic. Then I came back earlier than I thought, and then family came to visit.
This is the place. I'm going to go tell your family member.
Santa and...
No, just it's private there. See? You don't have to say it out loud.
Oh.
Okay.
I purposely did not get any, no, we stayed in really nice hotels, thanks to my working efforts, and thanks to not going on a trip for a long time. So that was really good. Yeah. At least my school district does feel that way, another brother, and we do get paid well. But I'm not sure about the paraeducators. Preparation. People think the world is going to be overcrowded, and I say, if you think the world's going to be overcrowded, move to South Dakota, Wyoming, Minnesota, Michigan, Maine, Western New York, Western Massachusetts, upstate New York. All of those places I saw this summer, they are not overpopulated. There's plenty of land out there for you. Plenty. It's just that you might not realize it because you live in a city where there's too many people. But get in a car and drive like 4 or 5 hours and you're going to find places that are not overcrowded. I agree with Misanthropy. It's only overcrowded if you live in a large city. Ah, nice, Tiddly. Good. School's starting up and you're starting up. Are you in a college town? Only 55,000 people in Greenland, and it's bigger than Canada? Bigger than Canada? What?
I think we should get a couple. All right.
Yeah, some people. I can't. The problem with me is that I can't live in certain places like I just mentioned because all of those places that I mentioned have mosquitoes.
Bad. Yeah.
And that's why a lot of people don't live there, probably.
Yeah. Denmark is thinking of buying America, so we may lose in that deal. Hey, how's it going? Who's Rodney in Oak Harbor? I don't know anybody by that name. Yeah, she's pretty good. The thing is, we were all across the country and Sarah could not handle the mosquitoes. And now we found out from Max that we have a bug zapper that we need to get.
I just got bit by a mosquito like 2 days ago working in the garden and out here. And we don't even have hardly any mosquitoes out here. And I wasn't even in the garden that long, like 10 minutes. and it's swelled up, and yeah,
It was bad. I
and
saw it.
that
It's
was
like
like
her arm.
one mosquito. I'm like, no more mosquitoes for me.
You definitely need to get curious. We got to get a bug
Privacy.
zapper though if we ever go anywhere in the public, just to have it around you. Like,
It became
No.
swollen.
no, a tiny house on wheels or trailers, renting those, not a good idea. No.
I'd rather rent an RV first, and no.
Or we would get this Motel 6 it, cut your costs, save money. You don't get the breakfast in the morning, but hey, just go ahead and go to a market and buy a loaf of bread. I mean, whatever. Yeah. That's all you're getting is empty carbos at those breakfasts anyway, right?
Have her try coolrock.com. It's written it with an older thing, and so it might work. Her tablet might work with that.
Coolrock.com plays on almost any tablet. Yeah, it's running on the amazing Scraplet backbone. Thank you, Sarah, for the time away, and I loved your dinner. It was great. Awesome dinner. No drone here, man. Yeah, coolrock.com is an awesome site where many of you can actually experience gaming and all kinds of online experiences, and it's all fun and it's all free. Yeah, Sarah made some. We have a company up here, a Trident Food Company, that actually gets pollock from Alaska and they process it here. And she tried these patties, these pollock patties. It was great. Harbor Freight has bug zappers you can carry around with you, like tennis rackets. Good to know. Preparation H, thank you. Yeah, so you guys know the story about CoolRock. The site started in 1995, and now I'm building it up as a way of watching the show. My site. I created it.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, we've got CoolRock's site here. You can look at it very simply. It's at the top of the site. You can get our YouTube channel, and then you could also get 30,000 hours of broadcasting. And over on the right is Web Oasis, which is a great place to hang out and go searching deep into the internet. And down below is, fun drum machines and piano players and harps, and then a cool virtual reality center. Right in this crouton section is a type button, and then next to that is the button in the middle, and that takes you to the VR library. Wow. I'm still learning things every night when I go in there, and it's exposing me to virtual reality, cloud-based virtual reality. So you're not getting the headset effect, but you're getting three-dimensionality and on two-dimensional screen, which is pretty dang cool. You can even play music and create all kinds of this. If I clicked on this, they would monetize me because it's actually got music and a video. Or not video, but three-dimensional video. But things like this are abound on this little area. You can click on things at Christmas experiment with the loading. Please be patient. I'm patient. Christmas experiment. I'll find out what this is right now. I've never seen this before. See, I'm learning things as you go. Loading. Please be patient. Okay. Wake me when I'm ready. I'm actually going through a VPN, so it takes a while to download. Woo, cool. Look at that. Isn't that cool? You got a walking Christmas tree in this three-dimensional space. That is totally wild, man. Look at that. That is amazing. So you want an ultimate Christmas? Put that on your 4K TV and just play with it and leave a mouse out for everyone to look at. Anyway, CoolRock has got all kinds of stuff, including news at the bottom and fun things to talk about. I do this all the time, so I plug the site because I want people to have a fun, free experience with no cookies attacking them. It says not secure, but believe me, it's safer than anywhere on the internet, in my opinion. CoolRock.com. And I also watch the chat there. The unique thing about Cool Rock is you can move any piece of paper or anything on the site around. So say you have a box right here and you're looking at that, and you want to line up the chat right there, and you want to put the chat over here, and then you take this chat, anyone can do this to their site, and all you have to do is hit refresh, and it'll pop right back to where it was. Now say you want to play some art piece down here, and you really like that, or you want to do something cool like look into the dark galaxies far, far away. The infinite universe. There you go. I'm just going to put some clouds on the screen. And you just want to look at pleasant clouds while you're in the show, right? You just put the cloud thing up here. Say, oh, I'm so happy Dave's doing this show and I'm in heaven. Oh, golly. Nobody's doing any camming up at iVlog right now, which is fine. But I'm in heaven now that Dave's on. Anyway, it's all part of the experience, I suppose. Whoa. Whoa, what's this? Oh, I got rid of the chat room. And all you have to do is open it up again, and you're right back at it. Cool Rock. And your browser will remember that Flash is activated. But initially, you have to activate your Flash. Okay, another brother's in there. Hey, man, long time from... we have people from China, Taiwan in here. Hello, another brother. Welcome from another country outside of our universe. Yeah, a lot of things going on in China right now. Hong Kong is a lot of people are protesting peacefully, though. I'm seeing a massive peaceful rally in Hong Kong. I don't know. He lives in, I believe, Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken. Nice to see you're in. Thank you. Yeah, you're in. There he is. He's out and he's in. And yeah, you can't say much because you never know. They could be watching at all times. We're watching, though. Thanks for the Hong Kong statement. You're welcome. Bless you. It's just about arranging things, you know. Thanks for the hospitality. Yeah, I've got a little vision impairment, so I'm going to put my glasses on. I'm getting a little, yeah. Thank you. That's much better. These lights, you know, they say their LEDs are not supposed to emit any dangerous, dirty energy, but I don't know. Oh, good night. You take a sleepy, okay? She had her cannabis tonight, and now she's going to bed. We're not worried about anything, yeah. No, it never happened, dude. No, you guys are wrong. The scissor fight is different than the person you were describing. He's his own person. And I'm going to purge you because that's just not true, Rodney. Yeah, you're not allowed to come into the show and state things that are lies and mistruths. Yeah, I have a very strict standard of honesty, and you're not meeting the criteria. You have failed. I will allow you in the room, even though you have failed in terms of being honest to the computer system I am currently operating. Mayor de Blasio says New York City pizzeria is closed. Okay, over taxes. It must be saved. Okay, wait a second. This guy says hot dogs are unsafe to eat, but now he's protecting a New York landmark pizzeria. Self-proclaimed pizza lover, de Blasio, pictured in a file photo taken on Staten Island. The tax department shut a beloved New York City pizza place, but the mayor vowed Wednesday to help save it. That Brooklyn's De Faria pizza must be saved. He says it's healthier than anything else. He doesn't like hot dogs, though. He banned them in New York City. I'm ready to do anything. I can get them to. Don't you have a lot of money, de Blasio? Why don't you pay off their tax bill? He says, DeFara is the best pizza place in New York City. It must be saved. I'm ready to do anything. I can get to them. I can to get them reopened. Anything I can to get them reopened. And as are thousands of New York City pizza lovers. What about the hot dog lovers, de Blasio? What are you going to do about them people, them apples? Unbelievable. What a two-faced hypocrite. Loving pizza but hating hot dogs. That's what we're dealing with, people in the Matrix, yes. Speaking of the Matrix, did you hear that they're coming out with version 4? I haven't told Sarah yet, but yeah. Keanu Reeves and his actress, co-star, are working with Lana Wachowski, the famed transgender, to create yet another Matrix 4. Mr. Anderson. Remember Mr. Smith? It's the power of Zion, Mr. Anderson. You will be defeated, Mr. Anderson. The Matrix will take over, Zion. It's officially a go with Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss and Lana Wachowski, exclusive. Oy vey, are they going to do any more foreshadowing of the end of the world? I love that so much when the Illuminati does these big productions and tells us what's going to happen and how our fate will be sealed by these powerful Jewish Zionists. Hello. I have seen you sober, yes. Taiwan is correct. Are you invisible? No, you're very there. And we've got Tiddly D in too. But you're out of the show now. Yeah, Matrix 4 is going to have some sort of a transgender scene. You know that's coming. Oh, yeah. In fact, they'll probably determine that Neo has to become Neon, the famous female Matrix version of him. I wouldn't doubt that they'll spin it off and make Neo Neon, like dress him up in full drag. I don't check Facebook. Yeah, Rodney, sorry. I haven't been to Facebook in a long time. People post all the time. It doesn't matter to me. David, Sarah already knows about the Matrix 4. I told her. Whoa, you did? You like totally blew it for me. I was like gonna tell her that. It was gonna be like really important, you know. Twitter. I check Twitter. Yeah, are you posting on Twitter now too? Well, thank you. Everyone's cool now. We were hot over the summer. It was a terrible, hot, miserable trip back east to D.C. It was 99 degrees in D.C. the day before we got there. Mark closed your account? Wonder why? Were you unable to take his money? David, I want to thank you. My life has been changed ever since I found the young man YouTube that looks like you. Oh, there's a YouTube guy that looks like me? Wow, I didn't know. Could you give me a link? There are a lot of people that look like me. Yeah, there's people out there all over the world that look like me. I'm not that unusual looking. I mean, people have brown hair that look like me. Max Headroom was built after my skit I did at Pauly Shore's Comedy Store. I did a skit in 1978 in which I did the whole news skit that you see Max Headroom do. And then they did Max Headroom. Somebody was in the audience or something and created this character. And then Max Headroom came out and I said, hey, that's my skit. What are they doing my skit for? And friends of mine said, yeah, David, you are Max Headroom. You didn't know? So it was kind of weird. It was actually, they did it about me. Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, Max Headroom was all about Pepsi and Michael Jackson. I never made a penny because they just took my idea that I did at the Comedy Store. I do my own fact checking. I go to snooze.com. It's like Snope, but it's better. You just go to bed and forget about it. I'll tell you, I get no respect. I am turning on Periscope right now. I have Periscope on in the show. Hello. Hi. Sarah opened up Periscope just now. I don't even see the number of people in Periscope. Yeah, I got Periscope. It's on. It's called the, Sarah created Election 2020, Spying for President, 8/21/19. She made the header for it. There it is. It's broadcasting live. Okay, Trump's ex-wife has claimed the POTUS is addicted to penis enlargement pills and says it was one of the main reasons. I'm not sure what else they said. Let's take a look at this picture. It's been sitting in front of me for hours here. I can't seem to get rid of it. I have not seen this. Let's check it out.
Ex-wife claimed POTUS is addicted to penis enlargement pills, says it was one of the main reasons we got divorced. According to an exclusive interview with Donald Trump's ex-wife Ivana Trump on CNTV4, Donald's hands aren't the only thing he's obsessed with when it comes to asterisk size asterisk.
I'd like to asterisk size asterisk that entire... Why does this person use his real voice? He talks like a robot. Well, I'm not that concerned that Donald Trump is upset about his penis size. That's hardly the big issue of the day. Ruining trade with China is more important and more pending. A trip code? If you have to ask what a trip code is, you don't want to know. Well, ask Jeff Bezos to send you his penis pictures, and then maybe you can trade him for Donald Trump's penis pictures that the Russians have. It's a joke. I mean, I am not sure if anything is normal about being normal. The word normal implies everything in the norm. I am very much like many people currently in the norm. I'm not ashamed of anything, especially not that. You were involved, but you managed to get away? Senior citizens arrested for allegedly having sex in a public local park? Senior citizens having sex? Is this a first? I didn't think they did. We're in Wasteful Wednesday, so anything can happen. Scissorfied is working, he's got a huge order he's been working on. He's kind of an engineer and business entrepreneur. Well, you guys didn't recover because you didn't go over to iBlog. You can go back there. We've got some really good ops over there. Scissorfight's there right now. Yeah, that's right. Show some respect. Dave, save the planet. I will, with your help. I plan on it. I'm already working on getting a great ocean pipeline built, shoring up our border with the southern border with a fence. We talked about the ocean pipeline last night. All these ideas. Yeah. I got big ideas, man. One thing I can tell you is if I got into the conversation with the mainstream media, they wouldn't have anything else to talk about. It wouldn't be Donald Trump. It would be everything I'm talking about. Because remember, my ideas were stolen by Donald Trump. And he's the guy that's been running around claiming he's going to have an ocean dome. Oh, I've got a great idea. It's called an ocean dome. We've been working on the ocean pipeline since 2005. And he comes out in 2014 and says, oh, I'm working on an ocean dome. We never heard about it ever since. He never talked about it. So you're either with the program or you're in space, wondering what's going on. All right. I know. Well, the fact is, it's not Jewish people that are greedy. It's Ashkenazis posing as Jewish people. Ergo, the word Nazi. Yeah, people don't realize in World War II, the Nazis, the Ashkenazis literally tried to take over all of the other people that claimed to be Jewish. The Ashkenazis still believe that they're Jewish. Yeah. But they took them over, and Hitler was an Ashkenazi, just like Trump is an Ashkenazi. Who else is an Ashkenazi? They're all involved with, synagogues now, but that's the problem. It's no longer about Israel, folks. They want a new world order. And they want to turn you into subjugates. You are their peons that they will manipulate until you're dead. We have debunked all theories like that, yes. There is no dome. There is ample proof that mankind has actually gotten to the outer ionosphere and taken a good picture of the Earth with rounded surfaces. We have proof of that. We don't, however, have solid proof that we have the Earth in distance from a moon rocket, which allegedly took off, and they had, 5 or 6 trips in the 70s? Ever since then, 50 years later, we haven't been back. And the picture we do have of the Earth is suspicious. It's all made up. It's actually a globe called the Blue Marble. 6 senior citizens arrested for allegedly having sex in public in a local park, Fairfield, Connecticut. They were laying on a blankie, ages 62 to 85, surveillance operation. These are the people that were having sex in the park together. It's a well-known area for hookups, and apparently these guys got caught. So apparently they were having male to male sex, lewd and sexual activity, because, oh, wait a second, Richard Butler and his wife, Joyce Butler, joined in for a foursome, or a fivesome. According to this, Dobbins, one of the people arrested, age 67, had previously been arrested in 2017 when witnesses told police they spotted him walking naked around a local park. But he told the police he was naked for medical reasons. Oh, he was naked for medical reasons. Wow. And all suspects have been released from jail, promising to appear in court, but secretly meeting behind one of the gas stations for a quickie. Dave. Okay, I love fries. You better go away with your BS. Yeah, thank you. They keep making these false statements. It's terrible. Oh, yeah, it wasn't a metal mask. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I love fries. Why would you make these statements up? Yeah, we can't have you in the show. Yeah, why are you doing this? Making up fake statements like that? Well, yeah. Sarah won't be on for a long time, B-Pink. I'm going to be here for a while. I have to deal with the chat. It's a daily event. Did I take a shower today? I don't do showers. I take showers. Thanks for telling me, Scissor Fight. I love fries. Well, it is not a metal mask. It is a mask that I sent him, and he actually added some really cool electronics to it. That's what he does. So thank you very much, Scissor Fight. And don't ever accuse him of being a freak, you freak. I love fries. We don't even know if you're a dude or a woman. Yeah. I'm going to give you a mute for just being mean and rotten. Dave wearing his extra set of teeth. Yeah, it's my backup pair. It's good I had the backup pair. Ann wants a little mute too. Apparently you like that. Dave, you know how... No, he's not. That's incorrect. You're muted. Scissor Fight is a guy with a business, and he makes serious money. Yeah. It's unbelievable. These people aren't even worth talking to. Well, nothing else to do but arrest old people having sex. It's just inappropriate for people to be arrested having sex. Don't you think they should be sent to like a private motel room where they could just... Yeah. It was lewd and lascivious behavior, especially if their body parts were showing. What if they did it, like set up a tent and did it all in a tent in a public park? Would that be legal? Because technically you don't know what's going on inside the tent. I'm not trying to encourage this, but there are tent cities right now, and I'll bet you there are people having sex in those tent cities right now. Don't waste your time in the national park. They don't do their job anyway. They get free money from the government, so don't bother calling them. Then they'll actually think they have a job, and it'll cost even more. I believe it. I bet tent city sex is going to be the new thing on one of those fetishes, on one of those many porn sites you're going to, and we've seen you because your webcam is live right now. That is not true, Astrid. I told you, stop making up nasty things. David, if you win election, can you make cable TV free? It should be. We should have at least a 1 gigabyte, I would say at least 1 megabyte upload speed and say 20 megabyte download speed. Wouldn't that be appropriate for all cable systems? In fact, we could run that right through our electrical system. Technically, we could run an electrical cable feed. They have devices that use your own house to go hardwired. Have you seen them? They convert a hardwired AC signal to a transmission in your AC system from one room to another. They're pretty interesting. We technically could put out a signal on the internet over the electricity. It's wire, it'll work. It'll handle electricity at the same time. In Brazil, sudden darkness befalls Sao Paulo, baffling thousands. You think it could be the forest fires, you think? I don't know, man. Looks like the forest fires are blazing across all of South America. We're seeing photographs on maps like this that are lit up like a complete Christmas tree. Look at this. This is like really bad fires in Africa and in South America. If this is true, that would explain the tremendous fires currently in that area in Brazil. Wow, look at the pollution too. Let's not forget they have smokestacks. But yeah, the skies are covered. What is happening is, I believe, somebody's setting fires using directed energy weapons. That's my suspicion. What are directed energy weapons? Good question. Thanks, Dave, for asking. Well, they are the kinds of things that could have been used in Paradise, California, for one. It could have been used to kill people, for two. Yeah. They're like great balls of fire. Yeah, the direct energy weapons we've seen are pretty horrific. There are photographs of them online. So we have seen them. Would you rather talk about Epstein? I know many of you are concerned. Okay, you don't have to answer that. Oh, where are my directed energy weapons? Yeah, so take a look at these. Yeah, these are the ones that I'm referring to. These were both seen in the Paradise fires and in the fire that happened before in California. And these are actual photographs. And people in the news won't cover this story. If anyone in the mainstream media covers this story, they absolutely crush it. You will not see this in the mainstream media. So, they don't want anyone to know that those fires weren't started by just happenstance and electrical fires from down power lines. Very weird. They don't want anyone to know that. Well, even the people at PG&E admitted there was some fault about where the electrical lines were, but that's kind of strange that they would do that. It's like they want to raise their own rates. Well, it stands to reason. The people that underwrote the actual building of the PG&E system are the Rothschilds. They have the note on the PG&E system, so they actually profit from electricity raising the rates. So, of course, they would want to be sued to raise the rates so they make more money. It's amazing how that works out. They want to be sued to raise the rates so they can make more money. It's not phenomenal? Yeah. Who would want to be sued? You're joining the Space Force soon? Okay. Space Command. Donald Trump is setting together his Space Command to take off from Greenland, the NASA's fake space site. No wonder he wants to buy Greenland. He wants to do all the NASA launches himself with his Space Force. Space Command to launch August 29th as Trump's Space Force takes shape. News, Fox News, here we go. Pro-Trump immigrant, one-time dreamer, runs for Congress as a Republican. Williams arrives in the U.S.? No, that's not the story. President Trump proposed Space Force as another step closer to taking off. Top brass this week as Space Combatant Command will launch later this month. Wow, SpaceCom. Here we go. Here's Pence. The unelectable Vice President.
Acting Secretary of the Air Force, Matthew Donovan. American astronauts into space on American rockets from American soil.
With American fakery. NASA's fakery is well known on the internet now. Everyone knows we haven't been back in 50 years because they can't get their NASA green screen to work properly. Now, and ironically, Donald Trump thinks that the moon is part of Mars. So when he was recently talking about funding the Mars project and building the Space Force, he neglected to talk about Artemis, a program that was developed to get us to the moon first. Again, he doesn't want to fund the moon. Oh, we're just going to the Mars and that's part of the moon. What's going on? Coming up in just 15 seconds. Hold on, please. Queuing. No video, no sound. I've got video. I've got sound. What's going on with you? That's my question. Okay, we now go to live to what's going on.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. And that's a good question. And I'm proud that person can ask that question. Look at the time lapse of fires by month. Let's take a look. Misanthropy's doing deep research, folks. He's going on deep into the internet. Let's take a look at the timeline of the fire as we see what's unfolding in what appears to be a massive Amazon fire, as well as current fires today. Let's take a look. Starting in March of 2000 and moving forward. These are fires by year. This is 2001. This is end of 2001. You're taking a look at fires across the globe, folks. Massive fires in South America throughout this time period, but not as bad as what appears to be now. Look at Central America lighting up. Yeah. Massive fires all around 04, May, July. Yep. We're getting close to the current time. There, look at that. This is 07 still. Still watching 07. 08. This is right around the time Barack Obama was president. Most of Africa is like burning in central areas. They wanted to keep Africa down during Obama's time. And then 010 comes along, a few fires. And we're going to see some California fires light up pretty soon over here. More Africa. It's almost like a repeat of 08, 012, right around the election time. Ooh, that's an interesting thing. It happened the same way around the election time in Africa. It's like commonalities in these pictures. Let's take a look at all this. These are gradations of fire based on pixel strength and how red it is. Coming up in 2015, let's take a look at the California coastline there. It's going to light up pretty fast here. There's burning up a little bit over there. 2017, still a lot of fires in Africa, a lot of fires in South America and Central America. June of 2018, 2019, June of 2019, and up to June of 2019. Okay, well, we're not seeing any major changes from that point on. So unless you can give me something from June to August, we're kind of left hanging dry. But good link there. Great. You've really been doing some deep research. Wow. Yeah. Will Trump call himself Santa Claus before Christmas? He called himself King of the Jews today. Yeah, I saw that. He believes he's the chosen one. This is news. It's out in the open right now. We talked about that just a few minutes ago.
Apparently, the Trumpster is pretty damn concerned about the size of what's in his pants, as well. Ivana claims that Donald has tried every product on the market in an effort to increase the size of his penis. Ex-wife claimed upon...
We'll add this tonight to our show. Again, it's done with a kind of a robotic voice. And I'll put it in Trump, too. I've got a section on him as well. So, yeah. I don't think that's as important as the current news. Trump claims he's the chosen one. He's chosen. And that's right off the news press today. Here it is. Trump, I am the chosen one. Here we go. I didn't need to do that. I don't use products like that. Let's listen to this. Here he's claiming he's the chosen one. It's amazing.
Somebody said it's Trump's trade war. This isn't my trade war. This is a trade war that should have taken place a long time ago by a lot of other presidents. Over the last 5 or 6 years, China's made $500 billion. $500 billion. Ripped it out of the United States. And not only that, if you take a look, intellectual property theft, add that to it, and add a lot of other things to it. So somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it. So I'm taking on China. I'm taking on China on trade. And you know what? We're winning. Because
we're winning? I didn't know we were winning because right now there's no trade talks. And he's in a stalemate right now.
The piggy bank. We're the one that all these countries, including the European Union, wants to rob and takes advantage of. European Union, $200 billion. China, more than $500 billion. Sorry. I was put here by people. I was put here by people to do a great job. And that's what I'm doing. And nobody's done a job like I've done. Now, would China rather wait for a little more than a year and try and get sleepy Joe Biden to negotiate with instead of President Trump? Maybe, but I don't think so. You know why? They're losing too many jobs too fast. They had the worst year in 27 years, but I think it was actually 52 or 54 years. It's the worst year they've had in a half a century. And that's because of me. And I'm not proud of that, but you know what? They want to negotiate. And Sleepy Joe doesn't have a clue. Sleepy Joe said, oh, China's wonderful. Well, China is wonderful for China, but I'm wonderful for the USA.
Yeah, Sleepy Joe is not exactly China. You know, I personally think Sleepy Joe and
Denmark, I look forward to going, but I thought that the Prime Minister's statement that it was absurd, it was an absurd idea, was nasty. I thought it was an inappropriate statement.
He used that recently. The word nasty is very, very popular. Yeah. Meghan Markle. What kind of slop are you doing, Mike? It's not slop. No, it's going to be something special. I never cook in the microwave. But Trump, I got to say, is an expert on China.
Let's say China. 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 You go over to China. 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 You take China. 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 I love them. China. 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 I have to have my China. China. China because China. 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 China.
For all of you who actually could read what I said through reading of lips, I give this little antidote to people so that you have something special, because you're difficult, trouble reading lips. We need you to see something unusual and that you can value. So thank you for reading my lips. Okay, in all deference to the president, his expertise is before him. He's a stable genius by his own admission. And he knows more about China than anybody else. That's why he stopped relations with China. And that's why our trade barrier is costing our country, on average, everyone will be paying $200 more per year for their goods. So you can thank Donald Trump for that $200 gouge in your pocketbook. Well, you can go to my website, davidsponheim.com, and you can see my testing that I did. I'm the person who actually has an IQ test result online, whereas Trump doesn't. Are you able to read lips? Wow. Well, you're pretty good. Preparation H actually got what I said. Well, you're pretty good. You must read lips. Preparation H on record reads lips. Donald Trump supports Nazi supremacists. He defended them in the Charlottesville event. You remember that, right? I think it's obvious that Donald Trump won't prosecute Tlaib or anyone else, including Elizabeth Warren. Yeah. Omar, nobody's going to be processed. No. He's not even going after anybody. He's not even Hillary Clinton. He's a hollow vocal mouthpiece for the New World Order. That's what he is. I won't be getting on stage. No, I'll be doing the debate from here, from the comfort of my home, where I have a private studio and operate in the open in front of everyone around the world. As you know, I'm becoming more of a media sensation than they expected. And because of that, I will be delivering a daily commentary about all the news and events, especially the crap coming out of Donald Trump's mouth. When a person has constipation of the brain and diarrhea of the mouth, this is what you get. We're dealing with a person who just likes to lie, cheat, deceive. He's upsetting China as something fierce because his mistakes that he's made, like imposing economic sanctions against Iran in a stiff manner, have hurt our relations with China. And he refuses to admit any error. This is perhaps the biggest fault Trump has. Lack of admission of error. Even this recent statement, he's going to lower payroll taxes. Then he says, no, I'm not. I'm going to raise payroll tax. And then he says, no, he's going to lower pay. He's flipped 3 or 4 times today on payroll taxes. He's all over the place. And the more people talk about his incompetence, the more people realize, wow, we really do have like a child in office, unfortunately. I am running on yes. No, I don't do shit. I'm asking all of you to go to my website, America's Third Party, and get me involved in your state. Get me on the ballot. If you click on the old site button, you'll go right to your state and you'll see all the necessary rules to get me on the ballot. They're still relevant too in almost every instance. I make mistakes all the time. My biggest mistake is underestimating the power of money. And printed money, I might want to add. I used to say that the economy would crash. In 1978, I told Milton Friedman in a meeting he was having, I barged in on the meeting and talked to Milton Friedman, the former Nobel Prize economist who set up the monetaristic policies we're following today. And I actually confronted him. I felt the need to talk to him, and I listened to him for about 15 minutes, but I confronted him and I said, 30 years from now, we're going to see labor being replaced by automation, because we knew this would happen. What's our economy going to do to respond to that? His answer to me was, the free market will solve everything. The free market will solve everything. Yeah. And so then I threw him another curveball. I said, what about all the jobs that are going to countries that pay very little and don't protect the environment? And at the time, we didn't even know what the word outsourcing was. We didn't even use the word. And he says, the free market will solve everything. That was his response. I gave him a couple other questions, and he still said the free market will solve everything. He couldn't answer one of my questions. I knew we were screwed then. And I predicted, I said toward the end of that conversation, I said, in 30 years, you're going to see markets belly up because they can't expand credit anymore. Credit is only offered in a couple instances, wars and productivity. If you're showing productivity and a guy says, yeah, we'll give you another loan for some more because we want more of those widgets, the people will give you credit. You start a war, people will give you credit. So we're either starting wars, or we're in a case when we're not productive, or we become productive and we don't have to start wars. And all of us can be productive if we all think about, having a victory garden, growing our own food. It can happen. We've already had a lot of that in our country in the past. Herbert Hoover actually promoted victory gardens, believe it or not, the guy they blamed the Great Depression on. He was a big victory garden guy. My IQ does take place of formal education. I don't need a degree at all. It doesn't matter to me. My intelligence surpasses the need to show you how intelligent I am. It was never my goal to become indoctrinated either. And I encountered a lot of communist, Marxist thinking at the university system that I went to. So I just said, I'm out of here. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm a hybrid capitalist. And unlike Trump, I believe that we can gain traction in the market economy by producing things, actually building widgets, and getting our country back to the core values, back to the basics, like building houses up. We have a plan to create the Homestead Renewal Plan and fit it right into the home program at HUD. We have an idea to create rooftop revolutions all across the country. I'm looking at really low-cost solar panel installation, where people can make money, $20 an hour, installing these things, and the government and you, the homeowner, will profit for years to come. I never lost my job or dropped out of college. I never did, no. I left in good standing. I could easily go back to college at any time. It wasn't that I had to drop out. I couldn't stand being indoctrinated by Marxists. Plus, I couldn't afford my education. Because people like me didn't have money coming in like Elizabeth Warren, who lied about being a Cherokee Indian. I wouldn't lie on my affirmative action papers and say I was an Indian. She did. And now the Democrats are so corrupt, they're rewarding Elizabeth Warren with even the right to run as a candidate. She should be ruled inadmissible to run as a candidate based on her lies and defraud of the American system that gave her affirmative action money. And what's really strange is Trump isn't even asking for Elizabeth Warren's removal. Because let me remind you, I was the one that brought the Elizabeth Warren's DNA test up. And by the way, she just pulled it off her website that she had only scored 0.5% Cherokee Indian. She just pulled it off her website. So she's hiding from the fact that she's not a Cherokee Indian. She's committed fraud, and Elizabeth Warren needs to go to jail. But Trump isn't bothering to prosecute her because it's not even his idea. They want Elizabeth Warren in place so they can use the Democrats in this back and forth thing between the Republicans. I don't have any excuses, no. I'm very proud of my history, and nor do I look back and say, gee, I should have gotten a degree or something. Hardly. I don't base the world on the values that you have. Unfortunately for you, you don't understand that. Thoughts? Well, it turns out there was a massive problem at Solar City. Tesla is now facing its most dangerous adversary. It could be proof that buying Solar City was a huge blunder. Let's take a look. Tesla is now in the ring with what is likely the most dangerous adversary in its history, Walmart. In a new lawsuit, the giant retailer accuses Tesla of negligence in its management of solar roofs that resulted in fires at over half dozen Walmart stores installed by Solar City. Wow. As of November of last year, no less than 7 Walmarts with Tesla-owned and managed solar roofs have caught fire, resulting in millions of dollars worth of damage, merchandise, and store closings. Wow. And Tesla offered no reason why these panels are simply combusting. Well, it's no joke that panels soak up a tremendous amount of heat on roofs, and roofs can be ignited rather easily with that type of heat. I mean, this is a no-brainer. And of course, Elon Musk thinks he has a chip in his head or something, or wants people to have a chip in his head, so it is kind of a no-brainer. I don't want to be a part of the American Indian tests. Had I been claiming to be a Native American, I would have received a free ride to college like Elizabeth Warren. I never claimed to be Native American on that test. Walmart could install porta potties. You're right. Yeah, that would be a smart move, but I don't know if Walmart is going to be able to bear the burden of all the homeless people in their parking lots pretty soon. They may just say no more Walmart tourism. They'll send a lot of homeless motorhomers into parks and recreational areas and hospital lots where they can park for free. Venezuelan president says officials have been talking to Washington for months. So Maduro is actually saying we've had secret meetings in secret places with secret people that nobody knows. Oh, muy bueno, Nicolas Maduro. Well, when the attempt by the coup by Goldman Sachs supported Guaido, it didn't work out. Now they have to go back and talk to Maduro because Maduro is a pretty smooth operator. He's not about to give up the most oil-rich nation in the world without a fight. Goldman Sachs should have realized that. Things aren't working out exactly as planned for those guys. I mean, you imagine hiring Jared Kushner in their company? Wow. You had to really scrape the barrel to get him in there. Guy must have like 112 IQ. You know, Jared Kushner, as Steve Bannon calls him, a kook. Well, I'm sick and tired of these Zionists that are literally working through the Shabbat Leibovich organization, working with Russian oligarchs to rig our government. So if you are a person who's trying to stop this and build this third party, thank you for coming in. If I had an internet show, what would that be called? It's already happening, man. It's America's third party show. It's called ATP show. I mean, we've been on for 11 years. Are you like slightly retarded or just kind of retarded, or are you really retarded? Kushner got the job from nepotism. Good point, Cliff, to chat. Yeah, it's a problem when we've got these super rich people that think they've got entitlement because they're rich, not because they have brains. Oh, because Donald's a very stable genius and everyone knows that. Yeah, we know that Barbara Bush was the daughter of a Satanist, Aleister Crowley. Yeah, we saw that clip many times on our show. We usually play that out in Conspiracy Monday, though. You're in Wasteful Wednesday. We're talking about wasteful spending. But yeah, look at the physical similarity between Barbara Bush and her father, Aleister Crowley, the beast, the man who created the current view of Satanism. Look at that. It's like father and daughter there. Look at that. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? It is true, though. Barbara Bush was the daughter of Aleister Crowley. Yeah. And then many people are having a hard time with the Bush's work with the Nazi Party during the 1940s when Prescott Bush used to money launder for Adolf Hitler. And that was discovered by J. Edgar Hoover. You're in a psych ward. Wow. Fox News, AOC Electoral College scam. Whoa, what's going on there? Okay, Fox News. AOC calls the Electoral College a scam. Says it has racial injustice breakdown.
They are very anti-Jewish and they're very anti-Israel. I think it's disgraceful, the things they've said. You have lists of, this isn't just a one-line mistake. What they've said about Israel and Jewish people is a horrible thing, and they've become the face of the Democrat Party.
President Trump can.
And they become the face of the Democrat Party. Yeah. It's the Democratic Party, not the Democrat Party, you nincompoop. What, does this guy know how to talk? No, he doesn't. Personally, I think that these women have every right to express themselves. The problem is they're not. They shouldn't be targeting Israel, our ally. They should be targeting Zionists who are controlling our government and trying to take us into a new world order. They got their whole message wrong, these women. These Democrats are really Democrats. They don't really understand the nature. In fact, we have Ilhan Omar claiming yesterday, which is bizarre, or 2 days ago, she claimed that Israel gets $3 million a year when in fact they get $3.5 billion a year from the U.S. government. She's that out of it.
And prevent a solution to the conflict. Fortunately, we in the United States have a constructive role to play. We give Israel more than $3 million in aid every year.
Yeah. Get your numbers right, lady. We give Israel $3.5 billion a year. My God, you call yourself a congresswoman? Go back to Dearborn. Get educated. Isn't there a college she can go to in Dearborn and be with her family where she can learn what's going on? I'm judging people by the color of their skin is racist. I agree. Don't call people white anymore, please. That's very racist. Thank you. She is an idiot, kind of like Ocasio-Cortez, who thought that Jeff Bezos was getting $1 billion when they gave him a tax credit of $1 billion. And how can she, Ocasio-Cortez, be a graduate of economics at Boston University? How is that possible? Something went wrong. I didn't get that. That Twitter message did not get through, Max. Oh, different link. Sorry. Here we go. Empire star Jussie Smollett will never pay the Chicago Police Department. Not only did this woman, Fox, get him off charges, but he doesn't have to pay. He says he'll never settle with the city of Chicago. She's got power, man. He pulled some strings. Michelle Obama came to bat for him. The city of Chicago wants $130,000, the cost of investigating the Empire actor for what they ultimately found to be a bogus claim. I'm moving on. When the truth is on our side, you know everything will be fine, Jussie Smollett said. I don't know, man. He said he paid these guys like $3,500 for exercise equipment when they were the ones that he claimed sprayed him in the face with bleach. So how can a person claim they were sprayed in the face with bleach by two guys that he paid for exercise equipment? Unless they were pissed off they didn't get enough money for the exercise equipment. And where is the exercise equipment? That's what I want to know. Michelle paid off the mayor and this woman Fox, the prosecuting attorney. Yeah. They say some high-level people got in there. How do I deal with minorities who call me Wonder Bread, honky, cracker? I think it's racially driven. I think they're racist in doing so. And all you people are allowed to call anybody racist. Anybody can call anybody racist, man. My life matters just as much as yours, but no more. No. Hey, if I was really concerned about my intelligence passing on, I'd be out having babies. Sarah and I have chosen not to have children in this gross, sickening environment, which humans have corrupted and turned into a cesspool. It's pretty obvious that this world has become a veritable toxic waste zone. It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. The smell of humanity. I choose not to replicate because I can replicate. There's many me's, Mr. Anderson. Multiple Davids that could easily come into fruition. We could be like a voting bloc. Together. Voting together is what matters. You getting the impression I'm adjusting the horizontal and the diagonal? It's floating point technology at its best. Have no fear, I'm here. Me, Mr. Replicant. But no, seriously, I really don't want to have kids in a world that's so polluted that you people sit around thinking it's okay to spray Roundup on your yard and wonder, oh, it's good for my weeds. It gets rid of the weeds. I don't want my DNA even getting near people like you. I'm serious. Are you still using Roundup and you haven't figured this out, that they're poisoning the planet? I have a wig up here. Let's see. Let me get it on. Hang on. It is Wig Wednesday. You're right. One moment, please. Thank you. What do you think? Are Are you impressed? I'm glad we're done having that conversation. You're not impressed? What are you kidding me? I just put on a wig for you in less than, what, 30 seconds, and even fixed it. It looks pretty decent, yeah. You look marvelous. Okay, what do you got? Whoa, Triple Dave. You screen cap me. Your click finger, your print screen finger is faster than the speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings with a single bound. It's super print screen. So a solar rooftop revolution will create about, I'd say about 200,000 jobs. And the Homestead Renewal Plan should create 1.3 million jobs. So I'm shooting for about 1.5 million jobs in the U.S., starting out. I did not. I went to the prom with a beautiful woman with red hair. And I'll never forget her. She was a really sweet woman. I got to know her briefly in high school. And yeah, she was terrific. I was very lucky to have gone on a date with her. It didn't work out. Yeah, I saw the link. Yeah. Satan Solar. Yeah. Santan Solar has solar panels for like incredible deals. For $50, you can get a 245 watt solar panel. Yeah, we were checking it out earlier, Hog Slammer. Yeah, the word's out. It's not Satan Solar, it's Santan Solar. Very cheap. So yeah, solar panels are coming down. It's about time. Good to know that they're finally releasing their stock. They've been sitting on them. Isn't that fabulous? Did you get that link, Aussie? You want to get a link to cheap solar panels? It's over at the other site. You can get it at, well, I'm sorry, you will never be allowed to come in here ever again. So the Jeffrey Epstein thing continues to dog the news. No more investigations are going on. Ghislaine Maxwell is apparently not being charged. Nobody's actually brought her in. Epstein's brother Mark is going to get the lion's share of what he's got left. I'm still tracking the missing net worth. He had $7 billion last 2 years ago. Now he's got $1 billion. I actually did a search for Epstein's net worth 2 years ago, and it said $7 billion, and now it says $1 billion. So what happened to all his money? No, you should consider them. They look pretty good. But I can't verify they're going to send you a solar panel. Remember, there's things such as too good to be true, too. You can't always believe everything you see on the internet, right? So Epstein's brother says, he's in the back here, he says he's not his partner, but they have collateral properties that Epstein's used together with him. So it's not like the story of Mark Epstein will just disappear. And the way that the will was written in 2 days prior to him faking his death, and now he's out and probably going to access that money again. No. Top 10 reasons George Soros is dangerous. Wow. Number 1, he gives billions to left-wing causes. His influences on U.S. elections are well noted. He wants to curtail American sovereignty and turn us into a global world order subsidiary. Media Matters has been getting tons of money. His connection to David Brock and, of course, John Podesta is well known. I remember George Soros bought a $9,000 pizza from James Alefantis. I would love for him to tell us exactly what he got for a $9,000 pizza. Remember the WikiLeaks when George Soros was claiming to get $9,000 pizza from James? Yeah, where did that story go? Pizzagate. They got rid of it. No, I didn't get a free house. I worked for $200,000 worth of home health care. I mean, thanks, Black Kitty. Yeah, and then there's number 6, Center for American Progress, headed by John Podesta. Yeah, we all know that connection to Clinton and all that. Environmental extremism is his forte. And America coming together, Soros gave $20 million to his 527 group with the express purpose of defeating President Bush. currency manipulation, and part of his delusions. Remember, Soros is the one that took down the Bank of England for $2 billion. He shorted the Bank of England, really pissed off a lot of people. And then it's his delusions. He frequently and repeatedly said, Soros has said he sees himself as a messianic figure, kind of like Donald Trump, claiming he's the chosen one now. And he says, I admit that I've always harbored an exaggerated view of my self-importance. To put it bluntly, I fancied myself as some kind of god, he says. I carried some rather potent messianic fantasies with me from childhood, which I felt I had to control, otherwise I might end up in the loony bin. I think you belong in the loony bin, George. And by the way, George Soros is a close friend of Donald Trump. Can we watch a few new films of your films in the after show, Stormy? I don't play porn in the after show. You're taking a picture of me, post image, putting it on your board. That's how you see me? Are you bragging about the weird green tone that you have? Oh, wow. Final Dream believes that. Oh my gosh. Misan, are you being attacked online by somebody who's watching your screen? Yeah. That's a weird post. Yeah. Are you concerned, Misanthropy? It's Ghost. Yeah, Final Dream is Ghost. He has a copy of your screen. Did you ever give him control of your computer in an effort to learn coding? Sorry I had to say that, but you know, it is kind of obvious. Yeah, how would you have your screen grab, man? We knew that Ghost didn't die. He's just gone undercover. Yeah, so now he's freaking out. He's going, wait a second. How does he see my screen? Oh, so you don't have a green screen colors? So he's just pretending like it's your screen? You got a custom screen and he knows that. He's using that against you. Ben's Sleepcast Manager says, press 1 if my client Ben in Ohio needs to work on his calves or belly first once he starts juicing. Your client is not really relevant to the show. I mean, do you have a guy hooked up to like electrodes and steroids and he's working out based on how many hits he gets on his website? That's funny. I think you're in trouble with yourself. We have now entered a new era where facts don't exist. The president thinks he's king and the chosen one. Now what? Well, we've already established, Mueller established that the new normal was not to prosecute Donald Trump. And he looked at it like a conspiracy between Trump and Russia. And Mueller said that Trump was blackmailed by Russia over the sex tape. And he never even reported it. So yeah, this new normal is a little weird. And our government's thinking business as usual when nobody's doing their job. It's amazing. Well, that's all going to change when I become president, I assure you. We'll get accountability from these government offices, and many of them will have to have lie detector tests because much of these people are lying through their teeth on a daily basis. I just got back from Washington, D.C., and I can tell you, it's almost like everyone's living in a fantasy that they're a superstar. I've never seen anything like it. It's like everyone wants to be the superstar, and you walk by their offices, and hardly anybody walks by the offices of these senators, right? And they all look out to see if they're being seen. It's like they want to be noticed all the time. It's the weirdest psychological dilemma our country's ever been in. A bunch of wannabe rock stars doing nothing in their offices while they get paid huge amounts from the American taxpayer. Fact check. The 14th Amendment on citizenship cannot be overwritten by executive order. Sorry, Trump. Trump says he can end birthright citizenship with an executive order. But legal scholars and even leaders of the president's own party are skeptical. He's just so pissed that his entire policy toward immigrants has backfired because he hasn't built a simple wall. You're not traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You just crossed over into the infinite stupidity of Donald Trump. Okay, let's take a look. I've got ideas for the country. Yeah. I do. Let's start with the 1,000-mile container fence for $1 billion. Now, he recently used my idea I said that he could use the military reason to get emergency funding, and he finally did after wastefully declaring emergencies in 5 or 6 states. I told him that was a mistake. I even said you can go ahead and declare a military emergency and you'll win. Now Donald Trump has $2.5 billion. Do you think he might grow a brain cell and do my idea and get this container fence built and save our nation? No. Because the people running Donald Trump's campaign want division. They want illegal immigrants to come in this country. The people that got Donald Trump elected are trying to break down our nation and let it get sold to Russia or any other New World Order entity that's out there. I look like the Sixth Beatle. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We love you, yeah, yeah, yeah. We love you. I look like Elton John. I'm wigging out on Wig Wednesday. So what's going on with the Rolling Stones? Have you guys heard? Yeah, I look like one of the Monkees, exactly. See? The Monkees look. I definitely have that down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Mick Jagger is in the news again. You know, they're going back on circuit. And it became obvious that Jagger has a thing about wanting a brand new bed wherever he goes. And he was upset that that got out. Mm-hmm. This story broke a couple days ago. It turns out that Mick Jagger gets a brand new mattress broken in for him at every hotel. So somebody has to actually sleep on the mattress with plastic on it, and then he uses it the next day. Now that's a pretty interesting thing for this multi-millionaire to do. He's got like $330 million. I guess he's going on vacation, but there's a couple people who are talking about leaving the group. There's talk of that too. Yeah. I mean, he's still performing after heart surgery. It's amazing. The guy was literally doing wind sprints the other day, or what appears to be dancing. And let's see if we get a picture of him. Shares a video of himself dancing after recovering from heart surgery. It's pretty amazing how he's, up and running. But there's talk about people leaving the group who just decided they're not interested in doing it anymore. But this guy's still up and running, man. I think Jagger and some of the people are actually thinking about maybe getting a female vocalist on board. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Somebody youthful and look at this. How in the heck does he stay so fit? What is he, 75? Out of a heart surgery doing that? That's amazing. 76? It's like, wow. That guy's a real testimony to exercise. Kind of like Jack LaLanne. Coke? You think he's on coke, really? Drugs? Okay. Good weed, Dave, it's easy, man. Working out? Wow. Staying thin? I hear he does like an exercise on like a Stairmaster or some sort of a climbing thing right before every performance. Dave, would you let gays in the military? Absolutely. And transgenders as well. I don't have a problem with allowing gays in the military. Trump has some homophobia going on. I don't know what the show's going to be tomorrow yet. It's going to call Bowl of Food. Bowl of Food will be the name of the show. We haven't decided yet. I'm still working on a plan. We had such a successful night tonight, we might want to relive it. Well, we cooked up some of these pollock burgers that were really good. He has been active on tour for decades. It's a tough workout. Yeah, it is. But bear in mind, Mick Jagger he's on staff. I mean, he has to do that. I don't know, shepherd's pie sounds a little too filling. I'm going for something lighter. Sarah wants to stay thin, and I want to stay thin, so shepherd's pie is fattening. When's the spot dance? I don't know. Dow Jones went up 240 points. Yeah. 26,202 today. So it's rebounding from last week. Apparently the crazier Trump sounds, the more the stock market responds. Yeah, so maybe Trump may say he's going to levitate soon as Jesus, and we'll see an upturn in the stock market. Yeah, he's already the chosen one, according to him. And he's pissed a lot of Jews off. And you Jewish people will look toward getting my vote, or voting for me rather, because I don't like the fact that Donald Trump and his Ashkenazi friends are giving good Jewish people a bad name. And he even told Jewish people that they have to vote Republican, which is exactly what that Zionist Adolf Hitler said to Jewish people, that they had to vote for his party. You remember that? No, you don't. Ashkenazis like Donald Trump, like Adolf Hitler, Zionists like Joe Biden, these people are not helping Israel. They're not. Ironically, Israel is still left in the dark. They don't even realize they're being utilized by a group of extremely wealthy Kabbalists who have so much money they now want to control the world. And none of our Democratic leaders like Omar have the clue, or Ocasio has a clue as to what's really happening. The real enemy here is Zionism, not Israel. Israel are good Jewish people in Israel. But when after Zionism became the way of creating a nation state of Israel, now it's become a new world order plan. So Zionism has gone dark, and it's become a very bad thing. Having Israel is here, we're going to see them as an ally. I support the idea that Israel can be better. I'm sure even they know that they can be better, and they can certainly treat Palestinians better as well. But moving forward, we're going to have to get a pathway that doesn't involve Zionism, because it has corrupted the way Jews and Muslims feel toward each other. Prior to Zionism, in the 1890s, prior to that, Jews and Muslims didn't have that many conflicts, except, of course, the massacre. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so Soros is full of money, so he's launching a super PAC. Yet again, controlling politics, which should be illegal. If Donald Trump wanted to stop his friend George Soros from doing this, he would, but he's not. George Soros is enabled by the deep state player, Donald Trump. Democratic mega donor George Soros is creating a super PAC called Democracy PAC to serve as a hub for his 2020 election spending. He's put $5.1 million into the PAC, filed with the FEC. He's just going to start dumping money into left-wing commie groups to try to push their agenda of communism. Did you see that video of Bernie Sanders going to China and telling the protesters they should stop protesting because China, a communist nation, is really helping them? Oh, this is phenomenal. Let me show it to you. It came in last night. You would believe what Sanders is up to, and Beto O'Rourke is going to follow suit. It's unbelievable. He arrives in Hong Kong to lecture protesters on how good they have it under communism. You didn't know Bernie was a communist and you still support Bernie? You guys better wake up in the Democratic Party. This guy is unbelievable. He arrives in Hong Kong to lecture protesters on how good they have it under communism. I'm not making this up, people. As soon as Bernie Sanders heard about the Democratic protesters in Hong Kong, he knew something had to be done. The U.S. Senator quickly chartered a flight to Hong Kong in order to throw himself into the fray. He bravely stood in the middle of the conflict between police and protesters, shouting at the ungrateful little dissenters that they don't know how good they have it under a communist regime. Remember, you can have it a lot worse. You can be in America, he said. Hey, you on the floor. You're not looking very appreciative of living in one of the greatest communist countries on earth. Oh, God. Just think, in America, we have to pick between 14 different types of deodorant. And Beto O'Rourke is planning on joining Sanders to inform Chinese citizens on how lucky they are that they don't have to live in a racist country like America. Can you believe these people? Democrats, if you're still voting for communists like Bernie Sanders and Beto O'Rourke, you got something wrong with your mind. We are here. I'm a former Democrat. I will not kowtow to the liberal left. I'm sorry. And I do not openly support LGBTQ. But unlike Trump, I'm not going to discriminate against people who are gay and lesbian, transgender. I'm not going to kick them out of the military. They'll have a job back at the military. I'm using a shampoo called Wig. Wig shampoo. It's wrong? Really? Oh, okay. So Bernie didn't do that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be fake. You're right. I stand corrected. Yeah, I don't know. Babylon Bee? I don't know. You may have a good question there. Hey, could you research this yourself and see if it's fake? I'll give you the link. Thank you. And I'm always open to your opinions. Yeah, it may not be Bernie Sanders saying it, but I'm sure he probably would approve of this. He already went to the Soviet Union. Check it out. Make sure it's the right one. It's a trusted source for Christian news satire. Is it really? Okay, well, thanks for telling me. I didn't mean to be wrong again. You've been banned. Oh, okay. It's fake. Okay, forget the story about Bernie Sanders. He didn't go to Hong Kong. He was too busy collecting his $2.1 million in money from his book sales. He probably couldn't get off the couch eating bonbons with his wife, Jane. Well, he did go to the Soviet Union back when it happened. Let me show you Bernie Sanders. It's a Washington Post article, so you might like it. Check it out. There you go again. See, Ross Perot died, but there you go again. There you go. Yeah, there it is. Washington Post. Read it. The same site? Okay, hang on. Other fake documents coming out. Okay, taking a look. Okay, from the Babylon Bee is a fake site. I stand corrected. Yep. My bad. Trump demands federal investigation into how The Last Jedi got a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, it is a joke site. Sorry, I disparaged Bernie Sanders in such a big way. But this Washington Post article is just as important. You can't find it? Interesting. Wow, I guess they got rid of the link as soon as I got it. Hang on. That's weird. Will you accept the Hill? Okay, I'll get you the Hill. Sanders' trip to Soviet Union now comes under scrutiny. Yeah, now, will you accept the Hill as a non-satire site? I think we can get you this one. He did indeed go to the Soviet Union. Yeah. What was the former Soviet Union, yes. Yeah, he had a lot of interviews, and he apparently wanted to find a sister city in the Soviet Union that would match his Vermont city that he was mayor of at the time. Yeah, here, you can read it yourself. Thank you so much for clarifying that. So we're dealing with a communist either way, whether the other story was not true or not. We're still dealing with a communist here. Bill Clinton went to the Soviet Union. What did he do? Stick a cigar in Vladimir Putin's girlfriend? Was Jeffrey Epstein with him? Did he bring Hillary on a junket to Orgy Island and then go to the Greenland? I never had sexual relations with Vladimir Putin. Inside Bernie Sanders' 1988 10-day honeymoon in the Soviet Union. Thank you. And that's a real site, folks. That's not fake. Such a deal. Read it and weep. Find out more good things. I dared you. If you're not in synagogue giving money to Bernie, let him at least raid your refrigerator for some of the pastrami that he's very, very fond of. Oh, the new Jeffrey pet. Jeffrey's living in the Swiss Alps. We know that. And we have requests for more cowbell. Okay. So we have a little bit of catching up to do here. It's pretty obvious that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, based on the simple fact that his face doesn't match. Okay, it doesn't take a genius to realize his nose is different in the death picture. Yeah, I know. The nose knows. It always knows. Yep, look at that. Different nose. Do. He's not Jeffrey Epstein. This guy was probably a poor bag person they beat up and threw in his cell. And he was moaning, going, "I'm not Jeffrey." Ah, shut up. And they killed him. Yeah, they broke his neck. And now the coroner is lying by claiming it is Jeffrey Epstein. This is unbelievable. I mean, how can they put two different pictures out there? Obviously, yeah, it's a total lie. Epstein, according to Costa, was an intelligence asset. That's why he only gave him a 13-month sentence in the previous decade, a decade ago, in 2007. And then Acosta resigned because he was ashamed. But we did find out when he testified that the intelligence told him to back off of Epstein, to go light on him, because he was intelligence. We do know that Epstein is Mossad. Therefore, he probably got out of the prison, and he's probably molesting girls right now and inviting senators over to do the same and taking pictures. What about this story is there's nothing to it. It's obviously a cover-up. Not just any kind of cover-up. Yeah. A big-time cover-up. So they're doing it again. You know, whenever something really happens, they cover it up. And then we go right back to the same old thing we've been doing every single show, seeing cover-up after cover-up by our government. We did the 9/11 discussion last night, briefly. There's more than enough evidence to open up an investigation into 9/11 again. They covered it up. They covered up the Warren report, covered it up. It's like everything's the same. They keep covering it up, and we just keep accepting the fact that we're powerless. You see where this is going?
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So if you don't believe this happened, you're a conspiracy theorist and a domestic terrorist threat, according to the government. Somehow Jeffrey Epstein tied a bed sheet that was supposedly not supposed to be in his room because he was supposed to have paper bed sheets together like toilet paper, and somehow hung himself off a banister in the fetal position and broke his neck, which is clear evidence of trauma from an outside source, but instead they're calling it a suicide. His roommate was removed from the room a day before all of this happened. So it's not just bad prison practices by the Metropolitan. Yeah, the penitentiary is not solely liable here. It actually looks more like a purposeful, highly staged event, probably paid for, and any witnesses are probably going to die. So more than likely, because this was done so poorly, it's mostly done to cover up Donald Trump's association with him. Because remember, Epstein was close to Trump. They worked together. In fact, Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago in 2016 after the election. Little known fact, but no one talked about it. Yeah, they pulled Epstein off suicide watch for no reason. He hadn't shown any evidence that he wasn't going to kill himself. In fact, evidence to the contrary existed. He'd already been put in an infirmary with apparently a suicide attempt on his neck. That means somebody tried to strangle him before that, or it was just him pretending like pre-foreshadowing the suicide attack. One, I didn't do anything with my hair. This is Wig Wednesday, and I was told to wear a wig today, and I did. Yeah. You like? You like? You likey? This is the cool wig. The other one sucks. I paid $39 for this wig. Yeah, this is not the cheapie for 14 from Germany. Made out of silk. Well, thank you for admitting that part's fishy. No way he's taken off suicide watch unless his psychiatrist was paid to do so. It's not the same nose, Slow-Mo. You're gonna eventually come around to this reality. They're protecting Epstein because, like Acosta said, he's an intelligence. Yeah. They're using Epstein to get dirty pictures of congressmen and senators and who knows what else, princes, whatever. At least what happened with Prince Andrew is he was caught in a doorway with a 15-year-old. Yeah, taking a picture. That's all they know about that. There's no evidence that Andrew had sex with this girl. Dershowitz claimed he had never met Virginia Roberts Giuffre. And then he was just forced in the civil case to admit that she gave him a back rub. What's he going to say? I'm 80 years old, I forget things. Your day is over, Dershowitz. You're going to be tried and convicted of child molestation when they're done. David, have you ever considered using a public hair wig? This is a public hair wig. Yeah, this is public hair 101. This is how to look good when you're asked to wear a wig. Yeah, he was a CIA wrangler like Mueller. Yeah, Mueller. You know that Mueller.
45.
You know that Mueller was close. The name Mueller was part of Adolf Hitler's secret Gestapo force. He was part of the SS. He was developing. He actually designed the concentration camps for Adolf Hitler. You didn't know that? And how Mueller, Robert Mueller, is now the person who's protecting to Mr. Trump, the chosen one. Are you getting the whole renewed Nazi thing coming out? I know a lot of Jewish people are. Hitler tried to tell Jewish people who to vote for as well as Donald Trump's now telling Jewish people they should just vote for Republicans. Can you imagine the insult that is to all those good Jewish people that are trying to determine their vote? They think that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are going to help their interests. No, the people that now control the Zionist movement they have their sights on the New World Order. It's no longer about creating the State of Israel. I support the State of Israel. I don't support a New World Order. But here is Hickok 45. I'm going to show you a little bit about his guns.
And here I am again with this rifle. Yay, that's what this video is called, again. Yes, we've done a range 2, and I think a chapter 2. And
look at that little itsy bitsy rifle. You know, you can't shoot more than a little something with that thing. You know, the Democrats are trying to call AR-15s dangerous assault weapons. Can you imagine? Well, they are not dangerous assault. They're like 22 rifles, and we're going to find out more about that from Hickok 45 coming up later tonight. Yeah. Donald Barr, let's go. Okay, slow modes. Donald Barr. Yeah. Who is Donald Barr? Well, Donald Barr is the father of William Barr. And Donald Barr wrote a novel. Yeah, he wrote a novel called Space Relations, a slightly gothic interplanetary tale. That's the father of William Barr, our Attorney General. And I'll give you the link. And there's a little discussion on there about Donald Barr in the back. Donald Barr also is the person that hired Jeffrey Epstein without a degree in mathematics as a teacher of mathematics. Check that book out. Read down here when you get a chance in the reviews. Really badly written, all kinds of weird stuff about children. Lots of weird stuff about children there. Read that. That'll freak you out. So Donald Barr had all kinds of weird things going on. He worked with Jeffrey Epstein in a prep school where Jeffrey Epstein started to get his desire for young girls. Donald Barr, the father of William Barr, the guy who says there's going to be a big investigation into this, was just paying lip service to us right now. Yeah, William Barr's dad was definitely one of Jeffrey's cohorts. So William Barr needs to recuse himself on this. He's too close. Jeffrey learned well from the headmaster. Exactly, Cliff. So this is pretty amazing stuff that Misanthropy uncovered here. Thank you, Misanthropy, for doing that. Yeah, Epstein's fictional inspiration for a non-space sex slave ring. What a time. Exactly. Well, hey, Bustorama, what's going on, man? Red Flag Day, really? Are you promoting red flag laws here? I'll take a look at that a little bit later. Thanks for the link. You too. I've not heard that. Yeah, so anyway, that's a big thing. So remember when Jeff Sessions recused himself of the Russian thing? That was a smart thing to do. But he hasn't in any way. William Barr has not recused himself, even though his dad hired Jeffrey Epstein when he was a prep school teacher without a degree in mathematics to teach 17 and 16-year-old girls. Yeah. I can see you dreaming buses. Okay, we got news from Jay Inslee, the guy who I told you didn't have the mental acumen to run for president. All he could talk about throughout the entire Democratic race was defeating climate change with cap and trade. I know you agree that our mission is to defeat climate change must continue to be central to our national discussion and must be the top priority for our next president, but I've concluded that my role in that effort will not be as candidate to be our next president.
In this campaign, but it's become clear that I'm not going to be carrying the ball. I'm not going to be the president, so I'm withdrawing tonight from the race. But I have to tell you, look, I've been fighting climate change for 20.
Jeez, dude, the reason why you're dropping the ball is because all you talk about is climate change and cap and trade legislation. Dude, you're not stopping climate change. They are spraying us like insects, you dolt, you idiot. Every day. Throughout the world, all of us are being sprayed constantly in the air above us. You want to know where climate change is coming from? You're looking at it, people. They are literally poisoning the atmosphere in our world that we're living in, and this guy had the audacity to say it's our fault that we should have cap and trade legislation. They've been doing it since 1946. Seriously. So you can't tell me that the Democrats even have a message when they can't even address the chemtrails that are being dumped on our skies right now. On that note, I have updated Chemtrail Party. I want to show you what I've done. I have chemtrailparty.com if you want to find out about chemtrails and their dangerous effect on climate change and on your lung health. Yeah. Yeah, don't kid yourself. They don't hesitate to spray us. So I've got a whole site here dedicated to this called chemtrailparty.com. And you can go there and find out how toxic this is and how there are no peer-reviewed studies, how it blocks sunlight from creating photosynthesis, which prevents oxygen from increasing, and how they're committing weather warfare, causing droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes. And if you want to go to my link button, you can certainly do that and check out all these cool links that will tell you all about it. This guy's got a 100-page document that'll really show you the specifics. William Thomas has done a great job putting this together. And now I'm adding Never Lose Truth's website because she's doing a good job. And I added Kafka's World to my link library as the first link in the whole thing. This woman has done a remarkable job describing the problems we are all experiencing. From headaches to autoimmune diseases, she discusses the impact that radio frequencies are having on our people, not to mention the chemicals and nanoparticles we are breathing. So, all of this is something that Kafka Winston World does. If you click on that link, you'll go there to her channel and see all of her videos ready to go. And man, she really goes into depth. We play her on our show. Scissor Fight gives us links to her, but I think she's good enough to promote. And as much as it's disturbing to listen to somebody complain a lot, at least we know that she's on it. She's doing better work than Jay Inslee, who's now dropping out of the presidential race. Not really. It's not a weak link at all. In fact, Donald Barr was the person that hired Jeffrey Epstein in his first run of molestations of young girls. What are the chances his father would write a book like that and be connected to Epstein? Or that it was the person who hired Epstein as one of his first jobs, without a degree, mind you, in mathematics, he got a job teaching young girls in a prep school. You're not getting the connection here? See, there's something wrong with slow modes. It doesn't have critical thinking ability. Yeah, Chemtrail Cowboy was a documentary in many ways. I agree. Okay, Bernie Sanders is now taking the feed from Donald Trump, who tried divisive politics by attacking Jews. Bernie Sanders responds saying, "I'm a proud Jew." Yeah, and I can't even get the article because they want money so much I can't even show it to you. Yeah, Washington Post just wants to take. Apparently, Jeff Bezos isn't rich enough. He wants to make money every time I click that link. Thanks. Bullet extravaganza with a knife. What's that?
So today we're going to go on a little relic hunt. Imagine that. 4 hours to hunt today. We should do good. Let's get to it. Quit the yapping. What do you say? So I'm going to be using the AT Max again today. We actually have our very first
Hickok
good
45.
signal. I can see a screw right there, but over here.
So this guy's going to go for a search. This is Aqua Chigger, and he's taking his gold detector and metal detector into the waters off the area that he lives. While searching and adventuring on the river, I luck into a great spot ripe with relics. I find a lot of Civil War relics and have a great time metal detecting and enjoying the great outdoors and wildlife. Okay, we got that coming up in the lineup too. Thanks, Sister Fight. Yeah, yowza. Yeah. George Soros should be arrested for trying to manipulate our politics. So he says he's a proud Jewish person with no concerns about voting Democratic. Okay, whatever. Yeah, NASA says it's going to try to reflect light to slow global warming, but in fact, what that does, if you're buying the story of stratospheric aerosol injection...
All right, guys, if you look at the front door,
if you're buying the story of stratospheric aerosol injection, that somehow chemicals spraying in the atmosphere is going to somehow reflect the sun, need I remind you that the chemicals that they're dumping mostly are oxidizing rather quickly. Aluminum will oxidize rapidly in the air. It turns black. It's no longer reflective once it hits oxygen. So it'll be black dust like it is when it lands in your car, by the way. Many of you wonder what all that dust is coming from. Well, they're literally dumping it on you. And it's heavy metals, and it's altered the magnetosphere. And they're playing God, these people that have lots of money who could dump chemicals on us. You don't think the chemicals that are going out of our smokestacks are just all going out of our smokestacks. They're actually bottling them and dumping them on us. And when they're not doing that, they're scrubbing the aluminum out of they're scrubbing the fluoride out of the aluminum smokestacks, and they dump that in our water system as fluoride. Yeah, I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I wish this was all a big joke and everything. We just laugh it all off and say, oh, our leaders would never do that. They'd never spray us like insects. Well, no, they are. They're spraying us and causing rapid global climate change situations. What would normally take 50 years is happening in a 5-year period. Uh-oh, the Biscotti Bandit.
You're going to see a thief walk in. Yeah, that's a thief right there. Now, first thing he's going to do is ask if he can use our microwave. You know, he's got some food that he wants to warm up, and we're pretty nice, and we love when people smell up the whole store with food that they didn't purchase from us. So he's going to go over to that microwave. He's going to put the food in there. He's going to hit 2 minutes. He's going to hit start, and he's ready to go. Now, obviously, you need something to wash down that food with. You know, it's early in the morning. He needs some caffeine, so he's going to grab a medium coffee cup. Then he's going to look at the counter. You know, got to keep a good eye on that cashier, make sure he's not paying attention to you. Then he's going to grab about half a cup of dark roast coffee. Yeah, he likes the dark stuff. Then he's going to make his way over here to the prep station. Got to sweeten up that coffee, so he grabs the sugar.
Okay, we'll look at that tonight. It's almost too much to watch. Gas station encounters. All right, thank you. He's going to go in there and he's going to start stealing biscottis right in front of our scene. Right there on video camera. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Biscotti Bandit. Scissor Fight, it has that link. Play more? You know, that's too much fun. The store steals from people, so you think it's justified to steal from the store? Well, you really are criminal-minded, aren't you, Howie? Wow, that's exactly how a criminal thinks. How he speaks like he's a criminal here. A transgender Wyoming woman is convicted of sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom. Why does that sound familiar? I've heard that story about transgenders over and over again. What is with these transgenders that meet in the public library and want to hook up with kids? Oh yeah, transgender Wyoming woman convicted of sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom. Wow. Miguel Martinez also uses the name Michelle. Sound familiar? Like Michelle Obama, the famous transgender. A transgender woman convicted Wednesday. She sexually assaulted a 10-year-old. She was found guilty of first-degree and second-degree sexual abuse of a minor and could face up to 70 years in prison. Wow, the girl told the mother immediately after the assault that this transgender touched her breasts and genitalia before penetrating her. Oh my goodness, thank you. We don't need to give this guy any airtime at all. You know, I had a unique experience crossing the country. We pulled into a small a hotel in the Midwest. I'm not going to name the state. And I ran into a transgender a couple times that was built like a bodybuilder. It was the weirdest thing. I've never seen anything quite like that. Dressed in a really short little silk dress and fake breasts. It was bizarre. Yeah. And the guy was like 75 years old, ex-bodybuilder. I'm going to say 67 years old, bodybuilder. I was like, wait a second, so you were a bodybuilder all those years to look good. You didn't quite understand your sexuality then. Now you're dressing up like a woman? Yeah, ex-bodybuilder / 67-year-old transgender. It was really, really strange. You met a tranny on a train in Spain? It was insane. Wow. Are you meeting rhyme people too? Working on your rhyming? No, she didn't talk to me. I didn't talk to it, but I can tell you that it was an odd feeling to be next to a person dressed in a really short skirt with tights on, almost like a little girl. It was almost like a little girl dressed. The guy was 67 years old, and he was a bodybuilder. This is weird.
It's comfortable.
I guess that's how he wanted to be. I mean, I'm not here to tell him what to do. I'll be back.
I didn't clean that pan.
Oh no, I was going to cook an egg in it anyway.
And then, I didn't feed Amber either.
I fed Amber. She's over there sleeping with her CBD oil in her right now. Mr. Anderson, see that? See her? You see her?
No.
Oh, she's got a second hiding place back there. It's her secondary hiding place. She goes into the secondary hiding places farther in. She's in her deep sleep zone.
Maybe.
Where she's gonna sleep her night away.
She's like, I'm gonna fool you.
Oh, I don't think you should find her. She'll come out. What was I doing sitting? Well, we went to a hotel, and you never know who you're going to sit next to at the breakfast bar. Well, we went into this hotel, and I won't name the name or the state, and we had breakfast. We went in there, and immediately started smelling chlorine, like massive amounts of chlorine. And I'm looking over, and I'm looking at this transgender dressed in a tutu.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
Which is fine. And then I turn around, I see this lady swabbing the decks of the breakfast bar with chlorine, like full-on bleach.
That doesn't make other people comfortable.
So I said, why are you using chlorine while we're eating? I actually said that. Because the whole place smelled like bleach. And she said, well, somebody spilled a drink. And I said, well, why would you be cleaning the whole floor? Because they tracked it around. So I said, we're out of here. So we grabbed our plates, got our carbon cookie cutter breakfasts, stacked them, and got the heck out of there and went back to the hotel room. Can you imagine eating around bleach? I mean, she could have just used water on the floor to clean the floor. Why would she use bleach? Scientists create a healthier butter-like spread made from 80% water. Oh, okay. So it's like a fake imitation margarine? Okay, I guess we'll look at that a little bit later. I'm too busy letting the show go over to Sarah. I'll be back. What was I doing sitting there? We couldn't help who sits around us when we go to a breakfast bar at a hotel. I mean, it's like, excuse me, could you people leave? I won't allow you sitting here with me. You don't get to choose. Zero. I waste zero water every day. I conserve water every single second of the day. I'm conserving water, preparing for the apocalypse.
Yes, he waters the grass. That's conserving it because he's making sure the grass will grow.
Yes, it's saving the water for
Helping
it.
things grow will use the carbon, which will help with global climate change. Oh, accidental. I know that they're making Matrix 4. I didn't tell David that yet. I don't want to go on a trip. I've been on a trip this summer, and other than 1 or 2 overnight stays, I'd rather not go on any overnight trips. Yeah, let's see when he figures it out. What do you say, Juan? But I've been really well. I did, my big trip this summer. So that was fun. And then I have family visiting. That's fun. And then I'm going to go back to school. And that's fun. So all in all, I'm doing very well and I'm having lots of fun. Okay. I just yawned. I yawn often at this time of night. It's almost 9 o'clock and out here on the Pacific Coast, probably later wherever you are. And yeah, definitely starting next week. 9 o'clock's pretty much my bedtime. 9 to 6. It gives me 9 hours. So, yeah. Well, last night I always think, oh, I'll stay up and watch a show with David. But he doesn't get done with this show, at least part of the show, until 10 o'clock, his live portion. Yeah, that might be fun. One. And 10 o'clock out here, and it's just too late for me. Last night I was gonna take a nap because I was tired, but then I ended up listening to like a book on tape and playing this like 2048 or 2048 game on my phone, and then next thing I looked up, it was like 9:15. I was like, oh, brush my teeth and go to bed, take a nap, and then maybe I'll wake up at 10 o'clock. And I didn't wake up at 10 o'clock. I woke up at 1 o'clock. No, David does not watch me sleep. He usually comes in the other room when I'm sleeping. He goes in the other room. Like, he'll go to sleep when I'm sleeping, I guess, but he goes to sleep at like 2 o'clock or something. I don't know. How do I remember students' names? Well, I get their list of their names, and when I first meet them, I'm going back to school to teach. When I first meet them, I say, okay, don't tell me your name. Tell me the name tell me the first letter of your name. And I look at the first letter and I try to guess their name based on the first letter. And then sometimes I'm like, tell me. And then usually it's like, I just have to do 2 or 3 guesses and then I'll get it. And then the next day I try to greet them by name and try to remember their name. And then every day after that, I shake their hand every single morning and greet them by name. Good morning, Julia. Good morning, John. Good morning. Yeah. So I try to greet them by name every day. And then it sticks. Well, for the school year, I wonder if I would remember everybody's name from last year. I don't know. Probably. Maybe not. But I think a name is very important. And I always like, when like the parents bring their kids to meet me, I always like talk directly to the kid instead of, I'll tell the family some things, but I try to talk directly to the child. Yep. So school is my work. And then I was telling David, sometimes I'm like, is it enough that I teach? Like, is there more I could be doing in my life? But I've come to realize that teaching is important work, and I'm good at it, and I like it, and I think it is good that I teach. It's important that I do it. No, they could wear name tags on the first day. That helps. And then I also have name tags on their desk. And I have a seating chart. All of those things help. And then, but then I also have numbers, a number system where I number all the kids. And I'm like, wait, who's number 13? It is important that I agree with you, Juan. If you like what you do, then it doesn't feel like work. And there are days where I love my job so much that I'm like, I think I would do this even if I weren't getting paid. And then there's other days where I'm like, thank goodness I'm getting paid for this. It all depends on the days, but for the most part, I like what I do. Well, they only have one name to remember, so Saudi, where I have, at least 24, more than 24. A new novel, Shadows of 1915, centers on lingering memories of the Armenian genocide. Wow. That's pretty cool. So Trump forgave $750 million in student loans for disabled vets. Wow. Hello, Boogie Shoes. When you say that would be, you can't tell me that would be telling. I say, my grade level sometimes has a problem with telling and with tattling. So I talk to kids about, do you know what the difference is between telling and tattling? And telling is trying to get somebody into trouble. Tattling is trying to get somebody out, or tattling is trying to get someone into trouble. Telling is trying to get someone out of trouble. So is somebody in trouble? Because I should help them. Oh, nobody's in trouble? That's tattling. No, Stormy Daniels. Yep. Yep. Help get your friends out of trouble. Don't try to get somebody else into trouble. What? Yeah, that's not gonna... He's definitely not gonna win that one, oh, Mr. Bill. Be like, I'm just not part of your church anymore. Yep. Yes, or they say reporting instead of telling. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to freeze. I was reading an article. Oh, a dirty joke. The worm. I don't know, a dirty joke, but I was reading a cute book about worms earlier. Maybe that is, maybe that's really dirty. I shouldn't be nervous. My students should be nervous. True. But I think, I don't know. I do get nervous a little bit. I do tend to get a little nervous when the school year starts. So I'm going to read to kids, or actually watch. We're going to read a book called First Day Jitters, about a girl named Sarah Jane Hartwell. Episode 5, I think. That's true. Actually, I just prepare right now. I start preparing and then my nerves are settled. You're reading a book by woman named Sarah Perry. I'm listening to Melinda Gates's book. Bus as in like the RAM on my computer. That's my ultimate bus. My bus speed, how fast my computer can go. I want a super fast bus. I want super fast bus speeds. What? Chicken? What? Chicken time bags? What happened? Episode 9 is the good stuff? Okay. That's true, he was talking about that. Oh, you read the Game of Thrones books? Nice. She's an English author. She wrote Serpent's Tail, After Me Comes the Flood. Oh, gothic horror books. I like an English author named David Williams. It does have a lot of nakedness in it. It's kind of funny because it was like my parents that told me about it. That's a little different. You want me to tell you my favorite on the road bus? I don't really want a bus, but I do like certain motorhome or trailers. Oh, do I? I don't want to look. I'll just have to keep my mouth closed and hope David comes back soon, and then I'll go to the bathroom and wash off my mouth, brush my teeth, and go to bed. Okay, now, thank you for being a friend and letting me know. The Red Wedding. Oh, great. Oh, yay. I'm glad he was here. Good. That makes me feel a lot better, actually. So Sarah Perry is 1 year older than 1 year younger than me. No, not that ghost. Oh, Final Dream. Oh. Do you have to do that though when you go through Cool Rock? I don't know if you do have to check in with Google. And yeah, that Lord Eddard Stark, he's a good actor. Oh, it's you. Final Dream. Ghost. I like your new name. I don't know if Cool Rock is the same because, well, I don't know. Your favorite is Joffrey. I don't know if I have a favorite yet. Maybe Lady Stark. Kind of like her. Oh, I could see that. Him getting a lot of flack for that role. Now I know what you guys are talking about when you talk about Game of Thrones. Which is good. No, coolrock.com, Bosorama. You were gone for more than a minute, Final Dream. It seemed like you were gone for like a year. Did you travel? Did you time travel or something? I mean, you might have discovered it. You might not even realize that you discovered time travel. You're just that good. I haven't even gotten a taste. Oh no. Yeah. I don't think I've gotten hooked yet, that's for sure. Whereas I got hooked into like Ozark very fast, Walking Dead super fast, Breaking Bad. Those were all the shows I got really hooked into quickly. I agree that the last season of Walking Dead that I saw, I did not like.
Yeah, it's kind of gone downhill with this guy, Nesbitt.
Oh.
Yeah.
You got addicted to virtual reality.
Oh.
That's where you went. Which is kind of like time travel. I wasn't too far off.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. Oh. I love Mr. Robot, True Misanthropy. I love that show. I'm really looking forward to the new Matrix now. But, oh, this will be the last season, final season for Mr. Robot. I know, Meta-Nemesis. I know. That's what people say. Oh, is he the one that they Planned Parenthood sells to? Yeah, when Abraham and Glenn died. Yeah, that's exactly when it went down over the edge and downhill. I agree.
Which one? Which show?
The Dispensary. Walking Dead.
Oh, yeah.
Abraham was a great character, I agree.
I can't get over all the...
Wait, Glenn died? Wait,
Yeah.
did I see that yet?
We haven't seen Glenn dying yet, no. Oh, yeah, Glenn. Oh, yeah, Abraham and Glenn. Yeah, exactly. Glenn is the Japanese-American who died. You know that's part of the... we're past that already.
I think so, yeah.
The thing that we're really kind of overwhelmed with is the fact that Breaking Bad stopped so short when it should have just gone on for 200 seasons or
Forever.
200 episodes.
Oh, remember when we used to really be into The Sopranos?
Oh, I like that show, yeah.
David's like, I could watch this show again.
Yeah, I could do it. I haven't done Sopranos more than twice.
Supernatural. We watched Supernatural, but we ended up stopping it at one point.
Well, that's how I am with
could
Criminal
probably
Minds. I
still
could go
watch
back.
it,
Yeah, I
but-
could go back to Supernatural.
I don't know. I don't think David's really that into it, though.
It seems campy to me. Kind of, stupid, kind of. When they have two characters they have to keep making scripts for, like we're watching In Plain Sight, and that's pretty good. That's about witness protection.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a pretty good show. But again, they make up stories just for the character. It's.
No, I don't want a bus. All right. Well, not to me. I don't know. Sometimes.
I'm not having a problem with my mouth.
All right. No, I am. I've got to go brush my teeth.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
I think I didn't check your teeth, but you look good. I guess I have something in my teeth.
Well, don't worry about it. I made something with the stuff on the stove. I'll eat it later. I just turned it off. I do this thing with a pan that after a full meal, really get the good juices and the roux from the fish that she made and the olive oil. And I reheat it and I put some spinach in it and add an egg to the top and let it sit, flip it. It's really good. It's like a eggs Florentine, but you get the taste, the roux of the dinner, as opposed to just throwing it down the drain. So you're losing all those vitamins. Yes, you have to bring in tremendous amounts of vitamins to stay healthy in this world. You're fighting a battle to stay strong amidst attacks from the toxic environment we're living in that's attacking your immune system. Everyone's under this siege, no matter who you are, depending on where you are. The elites decided to just kill the planet as fast as they could because they somehow think they're going to be able to come back with a brand new approach. Even though they're all really rich, they don't understand that eventually there'll be have-nots even within their group of the elites. And they don't understand it's the nature of humanity to have this this greed take over. And it'll repeat again in another world. If they were to wipe out 90% of the population, they'd have that same population doing the same thing. So we have to get past this problem, and the elites are the problem. They've taken more than they should. We created inequity that we can't possibly correct. Many of you will not have the opportunities you thought were going to be afforded to you. And they're leaning toward automation. They're trying to automate and cut back on costs and eliminate waste in their budget. Meaning you, the American people, are cut out of a job. That's the reality that's coming, and the Democrats and Republicans aren't even facing it. Nor are we doing anything to provide a basic income for average people. And I know Yang is offering double what I offered originally because I'm the guy who first came up with this idea in America recently. And I'm willing to double it again. I'll go up to $11.11 and match Yang's his ability to pay us $1,000. We'll take it up to $11.11 if he wins the nomination. And I don't think he will win. How do we pay for this? With infrastructure bank loans of 2% from the discount window at the Treasury. And Yang doesn't even have a way in which he's going to pay for this. I've already worked out a plan to get the $500 per month up to $1,111 a month for the average American. There's a variety of ways we're going to do it, but a basic income is definitely on tap for the American people, I assure you. Because at this nation's rate, we are currently going to be without jobs. So we are here at America's Third Party, and we will give you solutions where the Democrats, Republicans will not. Many of you are starting to really wonder about Donald Trump's credibility. You can start dumping Trump. I will fight for your rights to bear arms. I will not issue gun control. In fact, gun control will be off the table. We will not have gun control in this country discussed while I'm leading this nation. I cannot possibly imagine turning our country into a gun control country when we're trying to stop a new world order. And you're our last line of defense, you the American people. So don't think for a second I'm going to turn my back on the gun rights supporters in this country. I won't. And forget verification, that's off the table too, after the Democrats took it on a very far ride, and so did the Republicans. Lindsey Graham, Trump, both talking about red flag laws. Ridiculous. Anybody who goes to a crisis unit is not going to be able to get a gun. What a bunch of idiots. The common problems associated with intravenous fluid therapy can be done through cleanliness and Vaseline. Make sure all of your connections are clean and thoroughly lubricated. Next, are any of you else having problems with your pull-ups or your disposable diapers? Okay. If you're the only one, dude, yeah, we understand. It's okay. So anyways, this is the concept, $500 per U.S. adult citizen, up to $1,111. And I'll take it up to $1,111 if Andrew Yang wins the nomination. No, we don't plan on actually attacking China under my plan. I see China and the U.S. as having a common problem, and that is the environment, and Russia too. I believe we'll reunite the real core elements of these countries into a collateral nation agreement, not some new world order, where we all retain our national pride and our nation-state model will continue to survive the test of time, as it has against all attacks, including Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, and now the Zionist elite New World Order. George Soros should be arrested. He's trying to rig American politics by funding riots and paid protesters. That should be completely illegal. He is a problem for America, yeah. I don't know what China's going to do with him, but he's definitely a problem. One man trying to control politics like this worldwide with his money is atrocious. It's indicative of something very sick. And we all know that George Soros spent his time as a youth with his uncle, who was a Jewish sympathizer with Hitler, an Ashkenazi Jewish sympathizer, who basically went from corpse to corpse pulling the gold teeth out of the Jews and putting them in a bucket. That's what Soros was around when he was a kid. And he said it was the most enjoyable time of his life. Okay, here's a really good little piece of common sense stuff for the American people. Right. Wasteful Wednesday deals with kind of like pep talks for people who are trying to do something the right way in their own life. What's your direction? What do you want to do? Do you want to get an education, dump $50,000 to $100,000 or $200,000 into your education and then have a big, huge student loan? Well, this is to John Stossel from Russell. He says, your job, like your life, is everything you make it out to be. If you're miserable, you only have yourself to blame. If you're happy and you love your life and your job, pass it on. That's very nice. Even if you're not getting paid for your job like me. I don't get a penny for what I do. But I enjoy it. And I keep people talking every night. And I keep this thing rolling because these people really want to stop me and I'm not going to let them. All right. I will enjoy this music video. We will put, we'll put an arrest warrant for Interpol to arrest George Soros on multiple counts of treason against our nation. If he indeed is working for the New World Order, which I believe he is, and I can prove that, they are our new enemy. You see, they think that they don't have a country, so they're not a specific enemy, but the treaties that are out there can easily be bypassed by money, and that's the problem. Okay, I'll play it later. Tom Green live with Dignity. Is it an Irish jig or something? And then we got U2 Red Flag Day coming. I've yet to see that. Okay, there it is. Well, isn't that special? No, I just have George Soros in mind. I think he's the only person that really needs to be arrested. I believe we need to look at Elizabeth Warren, charge her with fraud. I believe Ilhan Omar needs to be arrested for marrying her brother and cheating the immigration system, and she needs to be pulled from her rank as a congresswoman. I'm amazed Trump hasn't done that. There are a few people who've committed some crimes overtly, like Elizabeth Warren and Ilhan Omar. If indeed that's true, we know that Warren had less than 1% on her DNA tests, and she just pulled it off her website, so that's a significant indication of guilt. And we know that that in and of itself implicates her as committing fraud with the affirmative action signature. Because whenever you perjure yourself and write a signature that you're a Cherokee Indian when you're Caucasian, to get free money to go to college and become a professor, a minority professor at Harvard, she needs to serve some time and pay a fine. That was that old saying from Beretta, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. I believe that was a famous saying at one time. Nothing is sane or familiar anymore, so move out of USA if you can. Really? I'm just reading what Never Lose Truth is talking about.
Hi, everybody. It's still August 21, 2019. The crazy lunacy that has taken place in our country is really getting on my nerves now.
Me too. Yeah, it's a bugging me that Donald Trump thinks he's the chosen one, and he's behaving more and more nuts as we go. Isn't it obvious the Democrats should have processed him with impeachment by now? I mean, gosh, it's obvious the Democrats don't have the power to wipe their own ass. Yes, and Jay Inslee, our governor, has just shown his true worth as a weak man who can't fight for anything other than climate change, whatever that is. We're having climate change, believe me, but Donald Trump's not looking at the real cause of it. Yeah, chemtrails. Okay, now back to you in the electronic studio here. What is going on? We have that on tap. Here we go.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, for one, some people are admitting they had homosexual relations with Barack Obama.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's going on, dude? Exactly. Okay, so an 8-ball of crack, a lot of crack, Barack Obama smoking the crack and having himself a field day with somebody orally providing stimulation to him. Yeah, and we got a bunch of Democrats right now thinking, well, how can you say that about Barack Obama? Well, let's be clear. Yeah, that's the question, man. Well, if. Okay, back to you in the studio. Good song, by the way. If. Well, let's be clear. I don't know what it was, man, but I know that guy just said he did oral sex with Barack Obama in a limousine while Obama was hitting a crack pipe. That's what I heard, man. Now, I don't know, man. What are you saying? If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Yes, the common term is fellatio. That is correct. Any other questions about that? Oh, we have a link. Hang on, let me get this link. Hold on. Human trafficking. Feds dismiss Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking indictment. Okay. Yeah, I can't get any Washington Post links. If you send me to Washington Post, like I said, Jeff Bezos tries to make $1 every time I go there. I'm not going to click on that link, sorry. I'm not going to pay Jeff Bezos $1.
Brand new details in the Jeffrey Epstein case. We are now learning he actually prepared for his death by signing his will just 48 hours before killing himself. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith, and it's Tuesday.
It is a Tuesday. I'm John.
Hi, John Scott. Okay. So federal prosecutors on Monday moved to dismiss the sex trafficking indictment against Jeffrey Epstein following his suicide in federal lockup earlier this month. But officials say they have no plans to end the probe into Epstein's alleged victim. Yeah, BS. And authorities are still considering charging others accused in the alleged underage sex ring. Yeah, sure. BS on that, too. They're going to drop the case, and poor Virginia Giuffre will get nothing. Look at these smiling idiots act like nothing's going on. Everything's a joke to them.
John Scott in for Bill Hemmer this morning. Court records show a will for the disgraced financier was signed August 8th. That's...
You know what's really strange? The will has his brother Mark getting $578 million. And just a couple years ago, you remember when I Googled Jeffrey Epstein's net worth and we put it on the screen? And it said that he was worth $7 billion. How did he lose $6 billion? I say he's still alive. There's more than enough evidence that he's out there. He somehow escaped it because, bottom line, his face does not match the picture of the person at the coroner's office. I mean, you take a look. It doesn't take a genius to show you the differences here. And I'm not even looking at the ears, which are clearly different. I'm talking about the nose. Look at that. That's not the same nose. That's not the same guy. The eyes are definitely different too, but it's not the same nose. And there's no way he'd have a nose job to make himself look more Jewish. So let's face it. Let's be real here. Ever since Donald Trump started attacking Jewish people, I want to defend them. Yeah, good Jewish people can have a hooked nose. It doesn't matter. They love themselves. They're good people. Stop hating on Jewish people. But Jeffrey Epstein, being Jewish or Ashkenazi, has a straighter nose. Brat's son dumps new BMW in river after father refuses to buy Jaguar. Really? So Brat's son drops his BMW in the river after his father refuses to buy a Jaguar. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is too fun. This is a waste of time, I know, but it's Wasteful Wednesday, so why not? We have time to waste. Yeah, there he is in the BMW. He's still in the car. He comes out. Yeah, they get him out. Well, Dad, it should teach you a lesson not to mess around. Imagine not getting a Jaguar. Poor guy. Yeah. Can you imagine how greedy that kid must be? There is a conflict of interest. Barr says he has seen nothing to undercut Epstein's autopsy findings. I mean, the picture right there is enough right there. William Barr is clearly lying and doing deep state work. Yep, Barr again covering and obstructing justice. Look at this, folks. Even though we're looking at two different noses here, the nose, we're still seeing two different noses. Right. They're basically saying there's not enough to undercut the autopsy report. Oh, come on.
New York City's medical examiner on Friday ruled that financier Jeffrey Epstein's death was a suicide by hanging, according to multiple reports. Epstein, who is in jail awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges.
Do they get a special reading course for people to read monotone? We have found serious irregularities at the center, but at the same time, I have seen nothing that undercuts the findings of medical examiner that was a suicide.
Had been found dead in his cell last Saturday morning in what authorities had called a, quote, apparent suicide. The medical examiner previously announced on Sunday evening that she had completed Epstein's autopsy, but was seeking more information before making the results public.
This is just a crock of crap. William Barr clearly obstructed justice in the Russian case. Now he's obstructing justice in the Epstein case, who it happens to be Epstein's a close friend of Donald Trump. Yeah. Now we're getting the big picture here. Obstruction, collusion, conspiracy. Will I look into every case Barr has been involved in? Absolutely. Including Jeff Sessions' work, too, with some of the oil companies. I'm a little suspicious about Sinclair Communications and Sinclair Oil. Yeah, I think there's something going on. I know that Ajit Pai is working with Sinclair Communications to give him an extra benefit. It doesn't look right. I think that the conflicts are very evident in all the administrations dating back to Jeff Sessions. We've got all kinds of favoritism going on. It's beyond belief, actually. But yeah, definitely William Barr to start with. But we got the Hillary Clintons, the group that obviously took $5.4 billion from donors to the Haitian Money Fund and then absconded with the funds and now won't even face prosecution. We got Robert Mueller not even doing a decent enough job investigating Donald Trump and all of his finaglings with Paul Manafort. The second trial never happened for Paul Manafort, as you recall, which Mueller covered up and rushed this to judgment, and the Democrats insisted on looking at it. Then they gave the whole thing up. It was a classic cover-up. Classic cover-up. A big-time cover-up. No, I'm not very cunning when it comes to linguism. No. Are you referring to another word, Stormy? Are you getting a little frisky? Stormy's getting a little frisky. She's been all, wondering where her bread is buttered. Did you pay back the money you owe Donald Trump? Was it $239,000? Have you paid that back yet from your earnings as a stripper? I heard Michael Avenatti has got a lot of money. You might want to sue him. Yeah, but of course he's facing a legal battle now. What did he do with all that $430,000 he got of crowdfunding? You moved to the Philippines, so you don't want to pay Trump? Well, Trump really, that's a lawsuit that you're going to have to hash out elsewhere. So are you stripping in the Philippines now, Stormy, to make extra cash? Did you get enough money from your career as a stripper? We're supposed to believe this is Stormy Daniels in the room. Well, Never Lose Truth is really good, so we'll be playing her work tonight for sure. She's going to reveal the truth about what's happening. I'm glad that she does too. And this story that is going viral around the world now, I'll play it again for you from CNN.
A messianic tone after retweeting a notorious conspiracy theorist who suggested that he's loved like the second coming of God. The president declared to reporters that he's, quote, the chosen one to take on China over its trade practices. He once again attacked Jewish Democrats and repeatedly slammed the media, along with former President Obama. And using one of his choice insults for women, the president called Denmark's prime minister nasty for calling his interest in buying Greenland absurd. The president zigzagged on guns and background checks. He flip-flopped on the economy, saying he's not looking at a tax cut a day after suggesting he was. I'll be speaking with Congressman Mike Quigley.
Oh, we'll be featuring Mike Quigley and her tonight, later tonight. Yeah, I'll bring that video into the show. It's worthwhile looking at. The Epstein story and his will, he obviously somehow sequestered his funds in the hands of his brother, which is very suspicious. I would also be watching them like a hawk and make sure no money was transferred out of those accounts. I believe Epstein is alive. My show's not in disarray. But I believe that Epstein is alive and there's a big time cover-up.
Hi, everybody.
That's the reality that we're looking at right now. No, I look 100% composed and never appear that way. I think buying Greenland is an absurd way of diverting the question of climate change, which recently came up with the oceans outside of Greenland, the frozen water is breaking up, and we're seeing some glacial melting that's rather exaggerant. So instead of addressing global climate change, which is very important, Trump just decided to take the buzzword Greenland and say, well, what if I wanted to buy Greenland? Would that be a way of, we could do that? Could you look into this? So he's diverting our attention to a question that is absurd. Why would we want to buy Greenland, especially considering climate change is affecting Greenland in a rapid way? Buy it while we can. Why? What's the purpose? Yeah. Stormy Daniels says, when I just reloaded for just a second, it said 79,000 viewers. Stormy, you have seen the backbone of Mark's censorship. I have massive viewership around the world. They can't hide it. You just saw the back view. They can't always keep that screen down. They put a pop-up screen to prevent that from you seeing it. They're messing with the code. They're using some sort of an algorithm. For every million viewers, we get one. For all we know, it could be 79 million viewers. We don't even know that. We don't need Greenland. We can barely handle our own country. We're spraying it with glyphosate, Roundup. There's 7 billion pounds of Roundup out there. It's horrible. It's a disaster in the making. A known carcinogen being used, and the EPA it turns a blind eye to its use. Dow Chemical is getting a free ride. Monsanto, Bayer, free ride. Our government's doing nothing to stop or trim the excessive use of pesticides, herbicides, chemical fertilizers, and chemtrails. I can't help but talk about those. There is no need for a Trump Space Force. We already have a Space Force that's been in existence since Truman was around. They operate out of Area 52, and Trump won't talk about it because I don't even think they're telling him about it for fear he might tell the world. You can imagine our military commanders are going, do we really tell this guy anything? No, I mean, the only person we should tell is probably, his chief of staff, but he's too stupid to care either. Jared Kushner, don't tell him, he'll use it against you and turn it on Yemen to do a deal with his 666 Fifth Avenue building. There's all kinds of crap going on. I don't think our military wants to tell Trump anything about our top secret Space Force. We've already had it. Yeah, the Air Force has handled it for decades. There's one point we agree on, Slow Modes. Thank you. Area 51 is still being used, but it's more of a launching pad for the work at Area 52. Yeah, we've had a lot of reasons to be concerned, but the government's been developing spacecraft and weapons that are pretty high tech. And the weird part about it is Russia did a flyover Area 51 when Trump was just recently, about a year ago. New York Post said this. This is why I'm concerned about Russia's involvement in our election and now the Trump administration. That story is still viral, by the way. They just want to suppress it in the mainstream media. But a Russian spy plane reportedly seen flying over Area 51. A Russian surveillance plane recently. Let me move this out of here. Hang on. They've got more views of Area 51 than we do, the American people. They recently flew over Area 51, perhaps America's most secretive military site. The plane, a Tupolev 154, was spotted in Northern California last week, according to CBS Sacramento. News of the flight mission, which occurred under the Treaty on Open Skies and took place March 28th, was first reported by The Drive. The agreement, originally proposed by Dwight D. Eisenhower, signed into law in 1992, permits each state party to conduct short-notice, unarmed reconnaissance flights over the other's entire territories to collect data on military forces and activities. And we can't even get proper views of Tehran. And we're giving Russia a free flyover over Area 51, and they back Tehran. Can you believe this? When did this policy carry forward, and why is Donald Trump implementing it, being Trump and Putin are so close? This is very suspicious. I'm going to give you a link to this. Here you go. I don't like it, Slow Modes. It's way too much data to give our enemies, especially people who are trying to conspire against us in our election. Why would we give them a free flight over Area 51? Come on, wake up. I don't approve of it. Unless we want to expose our entire military strategies that we have, we're foolish to do that. Whoever signed that treaty into law in 1992, probably Clinton, it was a big mistake. See, the New World Order has already taken over a long time. They want to make money on making short-term, short-range military weapons and nuclear weapons as well. Donald Trump just suspended any nuclear agreements we have with Russia. You'd think he'd be signing a new one, being they're so close and buddy-buddy. Oh, I support Putin. I support his view of everything. I know he didn't have any effect in the election. This guy should be brokering a new short way or intermediate range treaty so we can minimize the development of weapons like this, not increase them. It's clearly a New World Order play. They're profiting from both sides. They've co-opted the Russian government and they've co-opted our government. So now we have this type of fakery going on. This man worked as a Mossad agent and still does. He's probably in some sort of a facility with little girls he's molesting and bringing congressmen in to videotape him right now. He got away with it. He's not dead. You could never convince me he's dead. I have 100% positive proof right in front of me. It's not him. Clearing the board here. Clearing the board. Okay. So we're not getting any mileage with any nuclear talks with Kim Jong-un either. You'll notice that the only meetings that Trump has had have been made and set up by the Russians. Lavrov set and arranged all the meetings that Trump has had with Kim Jong-un, and we've accomplished nothing in terms of nuclear denuclearization. Trump calls it the big word thing because he can't pronounce denuclearization. oh, we're going to do the big word thing. We're going to get to that. Mike Pompeo is working very much on that. We're working on the big word thing, the thing that, you know. I mean, the guy is so out of it, he can't even pronounce the word denuclearization. Can you believe we've got a president like this? I don't have a picture of Epstein as a child, only when he is nearly dead or dead. I never did. No, I'm not a person who takes drugs, Howie. Well, that's happening. That's good. We went through that. Trump's acting like a buffoon, wanting to buy Greenland. And the press secretary has not made any appearances. In fact, Donald Trump took my advice and said, don't even have a press secretary. Remember I said that on the show? I said I wouldn't even need a press secretary. So Donald Trump is not going to have a press secretary anymore. He's decided to go solo. We confirmed that this is actually a fake picture of Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not really in the In-N-Out Burger in LA. It was pasted up. There's photo aliasing on this picture. You can actually see it. It's that dusty little fleecy thing along the side. It's a perfectly straight line right down the middle. Right in the center of the picture there. That's not a robe. That's called blur tool. No robe looks like that unless it's got fleece sticking out on all sides, and it doesn't. So it's a blur tool. It's typical aliasing effect from Photoshop. Now, Misanthropy says the will could be forged. Wow. Okay. You know, at this point, they got Jeffrey Epstein out of there pretty fast. If it is forged, they just had to do something with the guy that they had in the cell. Most likely the fake Epstein was in the cell for a couple days. And the guy that was staying with him, the big heavyset, the Taglioni, the Italian guy who was an ex-cop, he probably said, no way, And they said, you're out of here. We don't want you in here because you know too much. Get out of here. Now he's worried for his life. He probably saw the fake guy getting put in there when they got Epstein out, and then they had the fake guy sign the will. Who knows? We have a blimp bus proposal here. A school bus with a blimp on it. Very powerful. It's a possibility. Anything's possible. But fakery is abounding right now in the world. According to this article, Epstein's will appears forged. Huh.
What it is. This is kind of bombshell information, I think. So I thought I'd put it out there as a separate video for YouTube. We have evidence here, and I believe it's relatively conclusive, that Epstein's signature on his will is not the same signature as we have on his signing in and out from jail in South Florida.
I see a big difference there, yeah. I know. I can only imagine what his signature is going to look like once he's, revealed to have been alive and still in some other location. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, it does kind of look like a squiggly line. So, if you sign anything like that, don't expect that to be the same image as this. Yeah. Or this. Okay, let's move on. Thank you for that. I added it to the link tonight. Yeah, I put it in Trump too. Well, I tell you, the story gets weirder and weirder. Barr says he's seen nothing to undercut Epstein's autopsy photos findings. I mean, come on. This is clearly a huge contradiction between fact and his fiction. The picture alone is not Jeffrey Epstein. Yet Barr can't see any reason to undercut Epstein's autopsy findings. I mean, what a complete, utter puppet. Shill. He's working for the very Zionist elitists we're exposing every night on our show. Unbelievable. And Mossad, they love Epstein. And we brought you evidence last night of how the CIA is being used to traffic children. That's scary in and of itself. No, I've never been charged at by a rhino, but I have been charged at by a bear. All of us are going to sit back and watch our world deteriorate. That's what this is going to do. In case you're wondering what's happening when you're sitting there doing nothing other than watching my show, yeah, you're just going to systematically see the degradation of our entire nation. And you'll sit there and wonder why anyone didn't do something about it. And you'll probably remember that you had a chance. Well, the story's getting pretty old. I'm really kind of disturbed to even bring up the Epstein story every night, but I guess we had to cover it numerous times. It's just getting to be old. And I'm looking for more interesting information tomorrow night for Technology Thursday. I hope to make it more fun. Yeah. I'm convinced Epstein's alive. Yes, I've been to Mexico and Canada. I think both countries are very, different. Yeah. I don't have a problem going to another country. I have a problem coming back. I don't want to go through Border Patrol. I consider them to be very, very unfair, run by hoodlums. And from what I'm hearing right now, there's almost an incredible turnaround in the Border Patrol, and they're hiring a lot of hoodlums, like very unsavory characters. They did a test to see what the honesty level was, and out of the 10% recruits they tested, 61% failed their lie detector tests in the Border Patrol. So I think they treat people really bad, and they're really kind of unscrupulous people. They're like thugs. Microsoft contractors listen to Xbox owners in their homes. Check this out. Talk about this tomorrow night, maybe. Yeah, we know that they're listening when they sell you these devices, and many of you will find out soon enough that you're being listened to even from your cordless phones. NSA reports, whistleblowers have reported that they can hack into cordless phones when they're not even on and listen to you privately. Multiple contractors working for Microsoft explain how they listen to audio captured by Xbox consoles. It's a string of revelations to show contractors working on behalf of Microsoft listen to audio captured by several of its products. They were listening to some Skype calls as well as audio recorded by Cortana. Huh. Can you believe that? They're like audio voyeurs. They worked on Xbox audio data from 2014 to 15 before Cortana was implemented into the console. Xbox One had the capability to be controlled via voice commands with the Kinect system. So they're offering people information if you've worked as a tech contractor, to give them a story. Wow. The former contractor said most of the voices they heard were of children. That's weird. Why would they be listening to Oh, I get it. Pedophiles. Wow. Whoa, this story is going to break open. We got possible pedophile links at Microsoft now? Oh my gosh. Audio voyeurs of children? Can you believe that? This is bizarre. Cannot confirm or deny. Okay, here's a Chinese face recognition vending machine where no cash card or phone is needed. You just walk right up and checks your face and starts deducting from your bank account. Look at this.
对，他直接开门，然后你就去拿饮料，然后看他减了多少钱。
Arigato, Sensei Haji. They're pulling money out of your account simply by looking at your face. I don't want to go there anymore. I don't want to be seen anywhere because they'll take money out of my account wherever I go. Isn't that David Sponheim? Yeah, start draining money out of his account. Can you believe that? Well, I'll try to profile it tomorrow, but you can only do so much. Bill Gates, and yeah, he was buddies with Epstein's. Remember, Acosta said that he was told to back off of Epstein because he's intelligence. He's part of the intelligence community. Yeah, I think maybe the government should just tell us to stop investigating Jeffrey Epstein, even though clearly he didn't die. They really should just say, stop investigating Jeffrey Epstein, because you people have got to accept that the government needs to hire pedophiles, and they give information, so they need to have children sent to them, or they need dirt on politicians to use against them. So they should really come forth and tell us that. Wouldn't that be better if the government just said, yeah, we are blackmailing politicians? And if they said that, that would be very scary, wouldn't it? Would that wake you up, or do you want us to stay in a slumber suspecting it? Thank you. Big time cover-up is now no longer discussed. We're going to say goodnight to the Epstein picture. I don't want to bring it up tomorrow night, but I probably will. Yep. Saying goodnight to everybody, and have a good night. Get some sleep. Get a couple hours of sleep. 2 REM cycles you need. So you can sleep for like 3 hours once, and then 3 hours another one. First sleep, second sleep, then you're back to normal. Yeah, I can definitely keep people, loading their opinions out all night long, tiddly-dee. Thank you. You guys have differing opinions. I want that. I want people to have various views from both sides. I just don't want to alienate both sides from each other. Trump does a good job of that. We need to start talking about the same things and take some things off the table, like gun control, wasteful spending like the Democrats, Republicans do. We got to stop talking about that. Focused on saving money and getting the job done and building new jobs for Americans. And protecting our country's interests over a new world order, which is not something we need. All right, take care, everybody. I'm Mr. Wright signing off. I'll be back tomorrow with our technology show, starting with our cooking show, Bowl of Food, starting at 5 p.m. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.